Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Global Namaste.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Amrita Sharma. I welcome you to the new episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is a special live stream episode on integrated health. Integrating health in your life with a blend of conventional system as well as alternative therapies. And to look into that, we'll be moving further. But before that, let's not miss and start with an aphorism for the Lord. You can hold any of the prayers that you like. I'll be starting from Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome again. Integrative health is one of those pillars of society in today's time that holds a big leverage in terms of healthcare systems because apart from the conventional system of medicine, there are a lot of things that the integrative health systems, the holistic healings, as well as the traditional alternative therapies that have its roots worldwide can give to all of us. And that's why today, for this, we have our episode producer, Professor Rajeev Gupta, with us, and also our senior host, as well as yoga episode producer, Riddhi Vyas. Good afternoon to both of you. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. And Amrita, I am so excited for this episode. This episode is going to be one that literally integrates all of the sciences together. And I think people are really going to be in for a treat today.
Sure, why not? Riddhi, it's time to introduce our episode producer, Professor Rajeev Gupta. Over to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So, Global Namaste, Dr. Rajeev Gupta. I hope you're well today. For those of you that don't know, Dr. Rajeev Gupta has 30 years of experience in the NHS. He has written multiple research papers. He's also part of the British Medical Association. And it gives me a great privilege to be able to introduce all of the accolades that he has alongside being an expert in yoga, in Ayurveda, in lots of holistic sciences himself. He is truly somebody remarkable when it comes to integrating all of these different sciences together in 5 key ways. And this is the physical, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual, and the psychological. It's literally a science that brings everything together. Global Namaste, Dr. G.
Thank you so much.
Global Namaste, Dr. Rajeev.
Global Namaste. I think it's amazing that we have got that opportunity to share how we all together put our energy, thinking, and abilities in order to heal the mankind. Healing our earth is a platform going on for years. It has done a fantastic job. And I think now is time to really leap forward onto the human mankind who has over a period of time suffered from physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual derangements or ill health, and how these can be put together. I believe there is a knock-on effect of each of them from one into the other, because if you have a physical disease or health problem, then that would cause a disturbance in your mental setup, and that would also cause emotional disturbances because you become irritable. Also, if you think that way, emotional disturbances can lead to physical health problems like high blood pressure, heart attack, obesity, depression, anxiety. And at the same time, if you have got what is very ill-defined spiritual health, you cannot be one with yourself, and that is the most important part of your health.
So, Dr. Rajiv, all of these things that we're speaking about here each have their own place within sciences. So, I think the medical is really good to be able to diagnose an illness or a disease. It's the first step that people can actually take in order to be able to diagnose a situation, to have an understanding around it, to see what the options are. But it's truly the holistic sciences, it's truly the integrated health that helps in order to be able to bring together, as you're speaking of, the mental, the physical, the emotional, the social, the spiritual, to be able to ground somebody into the present moment, to give them a sense of hope.
I think that is absolutely right. And there is so much integrated relationship between these that we at times have one benefit, and then that has an impact on the second one and the third one. So I believe that if we focus on one thing at a time and then try and bring the background, which is like currently I've done the modern medicine training for whatever, decades, but
Yes.
also Ayurveda and yoga, as you said, for many years, and then try and bring them together. And also homeopathy, I did even during my graduation, did a certification in homeopathy through Mavalil Homeo Mission, because I even that time believed that the modern medicine alone cannot heal or treat everything. So I think this is bringing everything together is the crux.
And I think that one of the ways that this really works very well is that, as you're mentioning, homeopathy, Ayurveda, yoga, we start to look at why there is an illness, why there is a disease that's manifested, be that through inflammation, be that through be that through the digestive fire not being strong and it collecting toxins within an individual that somebody's finding really hard to eliminate. So there's several different ways in which we can then start to break down this thing of vyati, be that adijya vyati or anadijya vyati. And this is just different forms of whether we can actually see how an illness is being created in the first place. Is it environmental? Is it social? Is it genetics? Or is there something a little bit deeper than that underneath the surface? Please reflect.
I think you are absolutely right that in modern medicine, unfortunately, there is only one way to approach, and body hasn't gotten like in Ayurveda or yoga or other Indian sciences. There is multiple layers like, Manomaya Kosha and then Anumaya Kosha. So you have multiple layers to reach the Atman, the center, which is the spiritual health as we were talking about. But in between that, layers of these cut through to give the happiness. Because if you ask anybody, what is the purpose of life? Each of us is born on this planet Earth for a specific purpose.
Yes.
Majority of us forget. We wake up, have tea, coffee, watch telly, go to work, do the work, come back, eat food, watch telly, have some social interaction, and sleep. And that is kind of a pattern of life. We do not really focus and reflect on what was the purpose of us being born here.
So one of the the things that really helps me to be able to link the Manomaya Kosha and the Pranamaya Kosha together is through the breath. A lot of the times when somebody ends up being ill, be that a mental illness, be that a physical illness, it's the breath that connects it. So somebody is breathing very fast, very shallow, chances are it's only going to be very chest breathing. Whereas if somebody is able to digest, have a strong digestive thyre and therefore be able to digest life a lot better, then they've got a stronger digestive thyre. So even on a very simple level, one of the ways in which we can start to connect these different sheets of the body together, which is very fast and expensive in itself, is to start to break down how an individual can actually recognize that they may well be in a state of illness. They may well be on the state of stress. And as we know, it's the reactions, it's the prolonged reactions to these situations that is causing something to build up within them, which is manifesting itself as toxins. So one of the ways that we can start to focus on this is through the pranamaya kosha.
Yes, and prana, as more people know, is the life.
Yes.
And I often talk when I'm talking to my medical colleagues here is that you can put a person on ventilator to give artificial breathing. You can give inotropes, injections to keep the heart beating, but still the person dies. And that is because the vitality, the life is gone. And that's what is missing. And there is no recognition of that in the modern science, while ancient science like Ayurveda, yoga, and even in TCM, the traditional Chinese medicine, there is energy or chi, which is responsible for that vitality, which
Right.
is much more than anatomical structure of the body. And that is, I think, quite important to really get to a position where it's good to have acute problems. If you have a heart attack, I always say that you're not going to be doing yoga sitting at home. You need to go to hospital. So if you have a fracture, you need to go. So there are conditions where you need the modern medicine. But there is need if you have chronic arthritis, chronic backache, dementia, diabetes, then instead of just struggling to do having the medicines which temporarily control the disease process, you might get to the root cause using the other things. And that's where I am strong believer and have done work over past 10 years in order to influence connection between these in order to manifest a full picture of health or holistic health. And that may actually combine all varieties of different components of health that we talked about.
So, for example, if somebody's then got a blockage somewhere in their system, then is that the thing that's basically causing something to develop on a much pathological status? So, if somebody is able to feel oxygenated, they're working on the pranamaya kosha, they've got oxygen moving around the system, they're feeling happy, they're feeling vibrant, they're feeling alive because the blood is circulating properly. But the second that there's a block, something happens, the energy drops, or there's an emotional play that comes to the surface. Something just doesn't quite feel right. What's your experience on this?
So that is something very important, and I think that is outside the realm of the normal allopathic or modern medicine treatment, but is so important that this blockage of energy or chi or flow of prana or oxygen or vitality, that is not recognized, but that is so important. And when doing meditation or during pranayama, you are unblocking all the channels and releasing all that so that these all blockages which we think are causing obstruction of flow of the energy or chi to the body or oxygenation, because all problems in some way or the other, although we call it collection of inflammatory cytokines, NF-kappa beta or interleukins, they all are triggered by something. And what is that trigger? We don't know. And this could be the trigger, the blockage, the lack of oxygen, the lack of chi, lack of energy, all that can be the problem. And I think it's important to unblock it. And I was just reading a little bit about when digging deep into it, like yoga. So yoga reduces the craving and withdrawal of symptoms by increasing the level of GABA, which is gamma aminobutyric acid, and that is a neurotransmitter associated with relaxation and reduce stress response.
Right.
It is so good, and this is not explained to average person, and therefore half of them do not believe in all these alternative and complementary therapies, which are extremely good for self-efficacy and self-management of many low-risk conditions and preventing the relapse of many of these diseases.
So a lot of the times now, Dr. Rajeev, we're living really hectic lifestyles. We've got so many roles that we're playing. So we might be a mother, we might have children, we've got to do the housework, we've got to do the work when we get to the office. So we're continuously on this pedestal, so to speak. We're continuously going around, and it almost becomes like a rat race where we just don't give ourselves a chance to breathe. So when this happens, a lot of the times, it's not the situation itself, it's our reaction to that situation. And when we've got several situations which we aren't processing, so we're not grounded, but we just keep trying to firefight. We keep trying to go around and find a situation, find a solution to the situation that we're in, but we don't give ourselves time to process. So there's all of these mental and emotional blocks that happen because we haven't given ourselves that time out.
Yes, I think that is so important, that being different parts of a human being in different roles, it's so important that we think, cut off from this, think, reflect, and see where we are and what is the impact of our daily activities, and how we can pause it in order to resurrect the life. And I don't know whether Amrita want to say something, as you mentioned about being mother, being professional, doing activity and everything else out. How in practical life you think you tie together, and then what is the role of thinking, reflecting, connecting to universe, which is the theory from Ayurveda?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajiv. That's a very beautiful question and a very practical question also. And I think as a role of an individual change with as his or her age advances, and as his roles are become very diverse, with an experience of understanding of life is also very important. And that's why the key role of Ayurveda to talk in terms of understanding you as a human being first, and your role and responsibility to take care of yourself, and to understand how important this body as a temple from God has been gifted to you, will harness the well being state in your mind, which are not only some goody thoughts that people talk about, but they are basically bringing a more positive, optimistic approach to live life. As you said, to get up in the morning, and the purpose of life, despite of just bringing drinking up a cup of coffee or a tea in the morning, is much more than that. And that's what is the emphasis that integrative health systems are bringing, or the traditional health systems are bringing, because it is not just about eating, drinking, doing certain things, but it's much, much more than that. And that will harness your well-being status to be potentially capable to take up the key roles as a mother, as a worker, as a professional, as a companion, as being you yourself as well. And I think an approach to understand and educating the society in that norms will help people a lot, rather than just living for earning some perks in every day.
Yes, I think Amrita, you said it. A lot of it comes down to bio-individuality. and looking at where somebody is actually struggling. So, for example, they might have a really strong mindset. Their emotions are maybe have absolutely under control, but there's something going on a physical perspective, or vice versa. So I think the key to today's program is really starting to look at all of these different 5 aspects and giving people the tools and the strategies to be able to solve the problem that they are currently facing on whichever level that is. It's like almost building the toolkit so that they can have different things that they need to go to at that moment. And isn't it just great to be able to have this platform to provide that psychoeducation, but also to give them actual people, actual experts in their fields that can deliver the message and help them with whatever it is that they're going through.
True, absolutely true. So it's good, Riddhi. We have a beautiful girl from Israel as well, Rena, with us, who is very close to me, who practices yoga. And I think it's one of the tremendous thing that she is giving an example of staying optimistic despite the war times in our country, who she's making people stay happy. And all these things are the vital aspects of what you, me, and Dr. Rajiv have been talking about. And let's hear from her what she has to say with her message on what is special about the women and her tips. Global Namaste, Rena. A very good afternoon and good evening to you, if
Global
it's
Namaste.
there. Yes.
Global Namaste. Thank you,
Rena?
Dr. Gupta, and the whole Healing Our Earth community, all the listeners.
So, what
And
have you to say on the conversation before you move to your own tips?
I would say that probably you were one of the first people who helped me to see that health and taking care of my health is more than just about taking medicine or more than just about the food that I eat. And that it's really like you were my first introduction to Ayurveda. So it was the first way that I understood it's really about a holistic lifestyle approach. And in my own personal journey, I have one of the things in my journey was studying integrative nutrition and health, and that allowed me to dive into that understanding much more in depthly.
Thank
And
you. Well,
Did you find, Rena?
what?
Did you find a huge benefit or step benefit? How did you kind of saw the benefit?
How did I?
What was the maximum impact? What was the thing as you went into it? Say, for example, from traditional to Ayurveda or different way of life position?
Yeah, I would say I'll try to keep it short, but like I lived in Vietnam, and when I lived in Vietnam, I had a near-death motorcycle accident, and I didn't realize how severe the motorcycle accident was, and I was living with unconscious and unprocessed trauma for 7 years. So I only realized about 2 years ago and have since been able to do a lot of healing work on that. In those 7 years, I had a whole host of symptoms that arose, including depression, PCOS, orthorexia, unhealthy eating patterns. I was in a marriage that turned abusive, and in that time is when I studied integrative nutrition and health. And I was already a yoga teacher in that period. So I was able to relatively have great success despite living with this unconscious trauma. And I give a lot of the, what's the word? A lot of the credit to that, to the yoga practice that I had, and to what I understood, which I also give credit to Dr. Amrita for understanding that there needed to be a whole holistic way of addressing what was coming up for me when it was depression, when it was hormonal issues, when it was food issues, that I understood, thanks to my yoga practice and thanks to having an understanding of Ayurveda, that my approach needed to take into account more than just what was coming up. And then when I actually studied integrative nutrition health myself, I was blown away by how simple it actually was, because I previously was so confused and overwhelmed about what does healthy living and healthy food actually mean for me. And there's so much conflicting information that exists out there that when I actually sat down and studied it, I was blown away with how simple it really is. It's really about eating healthy protein, eating healthy fat, eating healthy vegetables, eating enough food, and then looking at my whole lifestyle holistically, looking at how is my home nourishing me, how are my relationships nourishing me, my exercise, my spirituality, my creativity, my finances, understanding all of these things where I used to see them as separate, and to like have like not only see them as connected, but see them as foundational to my health. And as I understood that that's where my energy needed to go, into like those areas of my life, and just making simple, healthy meals, and then doing whatever I needed to do in order to make those things function. So like keeping up with my yoga practice is a way for me to maintain optimal health with my hormones. It's a way for me to balance healthy appetite, and what other things? Taking a walk, making sure to spend time in nature is a way for me to have optimal energy, so that then I do the dishes and my home environment stays like a safe place to be. Does that answer the question?
So it does. So how do you see integration of the nutrition and the diet and yoga and the health all together?
How do I see the integration of nutrition, health, diet all together? I see all of it as the recipe for setting myself up for optimal functioning.
Okay. Good. Very nice.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I would just say one other thing that I had wanted to share is that, like, men and women are very different. And for men, in a way, it can almost be more simple. And for women, we have a hormonal cycle that is very similar to the moon, or the seasons, or even the 24 hours of the sun. And so for women to be aware of that our lifestyle, I mean, men have it to some degree. It's not that they don't have it at all, but for women, it's just much more blatant, the need to have flexibility with what we're eating and how much we're eating, and also what our lifestyle looks like, what exercise looks like, what sleep looks like, even what the home looks like, what's happening in our relationships, if we're more in a state of being out and being more social, or if it's time to be more internal, if it's a time to be out in the world really making money, or if it's a time to be more nourishing ourselves. These are things that change really on a day-to-day basis for a woman. And to go back to the conversation that you were having before I popped in, that it really is about coming back to yourself time and time again, and understanding your own personal needs, and giving that space for it to change from moment to moment, from day to day.
So I think that's really great. And one of the things that you've just mentioned there is this cycle that women are continuously in month after month. And there's different things and there's different practices that we can do at different times according to where we are in that cycle, whether we're actually in a summer month or whether we're in the winter season. So we've got these different seasons and we need to be able to adapt accordingly. What is some of the tips that you have from a nutritional perspective in order to help people through these seasons?
Yeah, it's a good question. First of all, for anyone who's not familiar, when a woman is ovulating, it's considered like she's in her inner summer. And when a woman is menstruating, it's considered that she's in her inner winter. And then the transition from menstruation to ovulation can be thought of as springtime. And from ovulation to menstruation can be thought of as autumn. And that a woman's like inner world and experience parallels the seasons. And we can get into that in another conversation. To answer your question, Riddhi, I would say it's twofold. I'll start with the second, which is a little bit more advanced. There are explicit lists that people can find on the internet about food that is advisable for women to eat based on where they're at in their cycle to support optimal hormonal functioning. For example, eating fermented foods around menstruation is advisable. Eating raw foods around ovulation is more conducive at that time of the month. That being said, I personally have a history of orthorexia, which, if you're not familiar, is basically rooted, it's different from anorexia or bulimia, which are rooted in a need to feel control. And this is more a need to be perfect. It's rooted in perfectionism. So for someone like me, it can be a little bit dangerous to look for those standards. And like there was a time a number of years ago when I actually printed a list. You can find it online. Alyssa Vitti wrote it. She's a wonderful woman. And I found myself then being a little bit too strict with those guidelines and like not eat, like it was like, oh, if I'm in my inner winter, I'm not going to eat a salad because that's going to harm me. But like, if that's what I have to eat, it's better to eat the salad than to not eat anything at all. So like I started with I said it was twofold, and I started with the more advanced, and to scale it back a little bit for like the general public, for the average woman, and I would consider myself in that category. What's most important is that we're getting the nutrients that we need by eating healthy protein, healthy fat, and healthy carb. And there's so much misinformation out there about people who think they can entirely cut out one of those food groups and still get everything that they need. And it's just not possible. So it's about like simplifying it. You need healthy protein, you need healthy fat, you need healthy carb. If you're not sure what that means for you, find a professional who can help you figure it out. And then once you have that under control, and or if you do have a certain level of sensitivity, then you can pay a little bit more attention to the nitty-gritty.
Right.
That is amazing. So yeah, so being able to adjust your nutrition according to where you are. And of course, that is very much on a by individual level as well, because it will also depend on your gunas and your doshas. And there is so much science behind that. But yes, the internet isn't always going to provide the answers. There's so much information on the internet that we have to decipher, and we've got to test it for ourselves and see what works well with us.
Absolutely.
You're also a yoga teacher. And one of the things that I get really excited about is helping students during the different cycles. So give us a little bit more information on how you would actually build up your yoga practice for somebody that is at the beginning of the cycle compared to somebody that's in the ovulation stage.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the beginning of the cycle is traditionally thought of as being menstruation. And if we remember that menstruation parallels inner winter. Winter is a time when we generally want to hibernate. We want to move slowly. We want to feel cozy. So that's a time when a really restorative practice would be conducive to your health, your mental health, or for someone who like has particularly heavy cramping or heavy bleeding, even yoga nidra might be enough. And then leading up from there, and when we're in inner spring, moving towards ovulation, the energy starts to rise. That's a good time to do kind of like, it's not necessarily like we'll go to ovulation, then we'll come back to that one. Ovulation is inner summer. So we think like outward energy, lots of fun, really active. That's a time for like power yoga, power vinyasa, really fast paced, more advanced postures, more standing. So if we then backtrack and say, okay, when you're transitioning from inner winter to inner summer, you're in your inner spring, that's when like your average vinyasa practice, or maybe even Ashtanga could kind of go spring or summer. Something that's active, it's getting your energy going. We want to support the energy moving, but we also want to be careful not to go too quickly into the inner summer, because that can lead to burnout. And then once we've talked about ovulation, inner summer, and then as we start heading back to menstruation, that's inner autumn. So we think about like the leaves are starting to fall off the trees. We're starting to prepare for hibernation, but we still have energy in order to do that preparation. So personally, I find kind of a mix of like including some of that vinyasa and also a little bit more restorative, whether it's alternating days or even in one practice, maybe starting off the practice a little bit more fast-paced and then working towards more restorative at the end. How does that align with your knowledge and your practice?
Great question. And I totally agree with the different practices and the way that you've structured it. I think that's a really comprehensive answer. Something that I actually find, though, is breaking it up a little bit. So when I actually work with somebody that's struggling with the menstrual cycles, for example, I would tend to base it practically throughout the session. So they would start off with breathing exercises, so like rabbit breathing or tiger breathing, for example, then go into loosening exercises and ensure that the bodies are really warmed up. I think now that we're actually heading into the winter season, it's so important that people don't try and do yoga just straight off the bat, because they will end up having injury, pulling a muscle. It's likely to happen because the body hasn't warmed up sufficiently. So having this breathing practice and this warming practice right at the beginning of the session is absolutely crucial.
Definitely.
Then from then, I'd actually take them into a whole body workout. So for me, that is Surya Namaskars or sun salutations, getting the blood moving, getting the oxygen pumping properly from the head to the toes, ensuring that the blood is circulating properly around the body. And then from there, go into some asanas. It might well be restorative asanas, or it might be more of like the energizing asanas, depending on what that individual needs. I always look at these yoga practices as being an individual practice for that person in front of me at that particular point of time. So in order to actually do this, I would actually work out, where is this individual? What are they facing? What are the challenges? What are the setbacks? What is going on in their head before they come into this yoga class? And what is it that we're actually trying to work through? Because everyone at some point has some kind of a trauma. So by working out the cycles that they are in themselves, by doing these yoga positions in certain ways, doing certain things, helps them to start to unblock some of that mental, emotional energy that they have stored up inside of them. Helps them to start to exercise their breathing and match their positions on the mat together. So the two work simultaneously. So already what we're doing is we're linking the mind to the body to the breathing, just by actually focusing their attention, concentrating, and then from there going into some more, it could be a Throtak exercise. Throtak exercises are really good in order to create a sense of concentration, create a sense of focus, but then also defocus. So it gets their mind stimulated in different ways. It turns on different parts of the brain. It turns on different hemispheres, which then they can start to create more. They can start to be a lot more creative. They might even find that they have more willpower in a certain area of their life that they didn't have before. So there's all these really subtle changes. Now, they may not equate all of this to the yoga practice itself, but when they're actually doing the meditation, the final relaxation or the shavasana, the cyclic breathing exercises, what it's basically doing on a really fundamental level is turning off this stress response. This thing that's continuously got them going on a cycle, and it's breaking them out of that, even if it's just for a moment, to just be. And I think that is the crucial part of any yoga practice, is to be able to create that moment of silence. It's to be able to create that moment of stillness and get them to just come in within themselves. And whatever it is that they're working through, when they then approach it with a different mindset, with a different guna, so to speak, because there's three gunas. There's tamas, there's rajas, and there's sattva. And really quickly, tamas is the inertia or the laziness, as you spoke of. It's that lethargy when people feel when they first wake up in the morning. Rajas is getting them moving into activity, whatever activity. Maybe it's going for a walk. Maybe it's having a particular meal. Maybe it's having a favorite meal. They're getting moving. They're starting to actually get grounded, starting to actually get that oxygen moving around the system. And then when they come into sattva, sattva is really that moment of inner stillness. It's that moment where they are just being. And I think the more moments that we can create to just be takes us into a parasympathetic system. So we're out of that constant stress and constant overthinking and constant overwhelm to a state of just stillness. And I think that is really the power within this whole nutrition perspective and this yoga perspective, which I think, Rena, you did a fantastic job of explaining through the menstrual cycles, because I think that can help so many women that are ovulating from month to month that don't quite understand how to balance their nutrition or how to balance their asanas, how to balance a yoga practice. And so, as Rajeev was mentioning earlier, it's so important to be able to integrate all of these different aspects together and start to look at women's health a little bit more deeply. Ready
Amazing.
to move on? What are your final thoughts on that?
Yeah, Reena, last one before we bring Vishal in, because he's going to talk something very pertinent and very connected, but in a very different way. So, Reena, up to you.
Yeah,
Last.
I'll just wrap up by saying, really, everything you shared, absolutely, yes, aligned. And just to sum it up, if we remember, yoga is a practice of relieving ourselves from inner suffering, and all of the physical benefits are just bonuses along the way. So with no matter what anybody is struggling with, whether it's challenges with nutrition or with health or hormonally, whatever it is, that yoga is a tool that we can keep coming back to in order to rise above and, like you said, create inner peace.
Very good. So thank you so much. In fact, Reena, and I'm so glad that being in Israel, you're still able to do as good practice or thinking as we do from Indian origin. And that's really amazing.
Thank you so much.
And again, Riddhi, as you mentioned that, I think I would probably say one more thing is that, yes, men and women are different, but there is also, man can have a feminine allergy and women can have a male energy. So it's like you're a mixture of yin and yang, all of us, and all of us suffer from that. And there's a new term called male menopause. So men also go through that because all of our body, although structurally different, biologically and spiritually, they are same.
And I think that is such a prominent point there that you're making, because whether we look at this as yin and yang, whether we look at this as hatha, sun and moon, it's looking at two aspects. It's looking at the feminine and the masculine. And a lot of the times, we're being human beings, we have a combination of masculine. We need to learn as a whole how to work with these different energies.
Fantastic. So can I bring our another very prominent guest, Vishal, and he has done a lot of work on quantum healing, has done his PhD in mantra and meditation and the effect onto the health. And I think this is something which I was not aware till I think a year and a half ago when we had a long discussion. And although I had this concept of spiritual health in my mind for 10 or 12 years now, but finding the sound scientific basis for that was very difficult. And most of my medical doctors, colleagues, would not believe in it and say, oh, it is just a fluff. But talking through and reading through and through the research, I have found that there is a lot more to the physical health, and spiritual health is perhaps the underneath pillar on which all your physical, mental, social, emotional health lie, and connecting to universe through spontaneous visualization or in some way combining the practical science with intangible spirituality is the step forward for us. So with all that, Vishal actually has got a mastery on it, and I think he's going to share his thoughts in next 10-15 minutes or so. Over to you,
Thank you.
Vishal. Thank you so much. Global Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really humbled by the introduction that you chose for me. I'm really humbled. I'm just a humble student of the quantum of the Vedanta. So, and this Vedanta is not, it's not on the religious thing, that it is not only with the Hindus, it is with everything. And with my limited, it has just been around 3.5 decades that I have been practicing it. So science existed, the quantum existed before me, quantum will be after me. So I'm just a humble student somewhere in the in between. So I'll just present this as what I could basically decipher. So my thing is, I'll 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 try to put it through a metaphor. The flow of the wind is not dependent upon the sway of the trees. Whether the tree may sway or not sway, the wind will be blowing. Likewise, we try to understand mantras, we try to understand azan, we try to understand the cathedral, the ring of the bell by sound, but it is not so. The sound is one of the manifestation of that frequency, the frequency which is being generated there, and it is resonating with the internal body. Like the previous speaker, the previous expert had been speaking about, at length about yoga. What do we do in yoga? We basically change the breathing pattern. When we change the breathing pattern, the quantum changes, because the breathing is changing and the supply to the major organs, including the central nervous system and the brain, it changes. When the breathing changes, the firing of the neurons, the flow of the energy, the invisible energy within us changes. And these are not the things which are basically announced, because sound is a thing, or music is a thing which is announced. It has a start note and an end note. But in the mantras, in azan, in the chorus, in the churches, in Gurbani, any religion, it has a scientific thing. It basically, it's a spiral thing. It keeps on, like the Boson's particle. It resonates in various dimensions at one go. Like, I'll just quote an example. Like, azan is not a wake up call. It's basically tuning your energy to a certain frequency, so that then you can offer namaz. And the time you offer namaz, the time you read the ayat, that is also read in a particular manner. There's a prescribed manner. Likewise, in mantras, they don't have a meaning. That is not something which you can understand by the limbic system. It is not something that you can draw from the language. It has a sense to it. Like, we basically announce Om, the pranav, Om, but it is not so. It's likewise, I can continue. So it is not that the sound would end. It is my lung capacity which will vary. But to announce this this nad, which is omnipresent, and it is unending, because there's no start and there's no end to it. And it is not only with Om, it is with Azan also. So it is something which is recoiling. It is resonating to and forth, to and forth, to and forth. And like any particle, it is resonating it at various dimensions. And to study as to how a particular individual will vary and what kind of frequency that individual should do, that is understood in astrology. Astrology is not a fortune telling science. It is basically a pictorial graph of how the energy is. Like, we have PETs, ECGs, scans. So astrology is not a fortune telling science. It is a pictorial representation as what the energy is. Now, how you can manipulate it, how you can change it, it varies from individual to individual. Like in an OPD, you would have 10 patients coming suffering with fever, but you cannot prescribe the same medicine to each of them, because the root for the fever is not the problem. What causes fever would have different reasons for each individual. Likewise, in astrology, we try to understand it as what is that the person desires, and what all manipulations, the permutations and the combinations that we can do, what frequency would that person should basically chant and be in that thing, so that he or she can get the desired results. So this is basically based upon the quantum. Like Shiva, in unfortunately in distorted form, it is presented as a human caricature. But Shiva is an analogy. It is a connotation in Sanskrit, which says, which is not, but without there is nothing. So it is like we don't know the zenith, we don't know the end of the universe or the multiverse. It is ever expanding. And which direction we don't know. And that is what the representation of the raindrop is. It's in a spherical form. The time we light up a candle, what is the flame? In a spherical form, because that is how the energy is. And what is Shivalinga? It's a spherical form. If anyone stands straight and has his arms touching its the thighs, what is your shape? You're also a Shivalinga. So everything is in it is in a dimensionless state. And so is the state for the quantum which is moving within. Now we have different ways. Fortunately, we have developed different ways of how we can do this. Yoga, the physical yoga is one of them. Dhyana is the other of it. Chanting of the mantra is another of it. Ingesting medicine is another one of it. Because when you ingest a medicine, your frequency changes. Likewise, if you're chanting a mantra, you're chanting a sound, you're chanting a naad, and there is no variation in your beats per minute, and there is no rise or fall of your body temperature, then it has been a waste. So instead of focusing on the sound, what the Vedas is, if you focus on your breath, how your epiglottis, the sound chamber is resonating to it. Till the time we basically don't focus on it, we cannot basically change the quantums within. And it is the quantums within which will manifest into the changes in the central nervous system, including the brain. Unfortunately, brain is one part of the organ that we have very limited understanding about. And it is the brain which controls the brain. What happens in dhyana? You have a thought of not to having a thought. Not to having a thought is also a thought. So who is thinking? The brain, not to have a thought. And who is restricting whom? The brain is restricting the brain not to have a thought. So what is a thought? Basically, it is emotion. Emotion which are drawn by perception or experiences, which have meanings. There is an input and there will be a remainder. It's kind of a mathematical calculation. If you experience something, you will have a corresponding release of emotions, and those emotions will trigger in the release of certain hormones. Now, how we can change it? That is what the quantum of the energy is. What it is described in the Rig Vedas. But fortunately, in the Rig Vedas, we don't have a doctrine. It just tells us that these are the methods. These are the methods that you have to adopt. And then it is your own practice. Like Dr. Rajeev Gupta ji is here. Other medical professionals are here. They learn the same thing by the same professor, but they have their own unique way of insertions. The time they hold the blade, they have their own understanding based upon their own experiences. This is what the Veda says, that there is no defined way, because my starting point can vary from your starting point. And if I say that, and we both aspire to reach point C, I am A, you are B, and we both aspire to reach point C. My map will not be correct for you because your starting point is different. And this, what we understand by the starting point is what is the existing energy levels, the existing spectrum that you have. For some people, we have connotations for it. We term it as planets, but planets are not celestial bodies. These are the energies, the wavelengths which are happening within the body. It is not something which is uh, it would be childish to say that the Jupiter planet, which is thousands of miles away from us, will have a different effect on you and me if we are sitting in the same room. It is not so. The Jupiter planet is basically denoted by yellow color. Yellow color has its own wavelength and frequency. So we are working on the quantums, knowingly or unknowingly. But it has to, if you do it knowingly, it is like two people are driving car. One is driving rash, the other is driving fast. So what is the difference between them? One has the control, the other is uncontrolled. In deep meditation and karma, they are same. You don't experience anything. But in deep meditation, you can wake up as you want when you want to. But in karma, you need the medical assistance. So if I make sense to you, this basically is how we know how to control what we have, and then basically form a new form. It is like a potter, a potter who's making a pot out of mud. The potter would basically let the mud expand, but not allow the mud to tear. If that makes sense to you. So it is basically we are trying to make something with what we have, and then thereon go further from there. So it's a unending practice.
So, what would you say a message to our audience who are available here or like YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Periscope, and other media, that one or two things they can do different from today onwards in order to awaken this inner Vedanta or whatever, the quantum, in order to achieve a better health and add a better dimension to health?
So my submission to all the esteemed audience who will be listening is this: they should try and incorporate some exercises which will strengthen their focus, and they can do simple exercising like we drink water. So we are unaware of the water going down our food pipe. So when you drink your water, try to focus on it and see it traveling down your food pipe and reaches your stomach. By this way, you'll better your focus and focus on something which is moving inside your body. You can do it. It is normally suggested to light up a candle in a dark room and then try to focus on it, but that would be taking away the focus from you. The endeavor is to get your focus back into your own self.
I
Okay. So
understand. Instead of
if you do this,
bring it
sir.
inwards and bit of mindfulness.
Yes, sir.
So you're aware of what is going the water from here to here to here to here and traveling across the body. So
Exactly, sir. Exactly, sir.
it's wonderful. So I think we are just almost in the time. So it's amazing to have. I think we have Anjali Agarwal from India, Hyderabad, to come and share her experience with us in terms of the health and disease, the departure. But before putting that, anything last moment, one or two sentences from each of us who are on board here. Vishal, Pridi, Amrita, and then we get Anjali.
I think Michelle actually summed it up beautifully, which was awareness. Comes back to being aware of the present moment, being mindful of that thought or that emotion, that's driving the current actions and driving the current behaviors that we're feeling in at any particular moment, whether we're thinking it, whether we're feeling it, whether we're being it, whether we're doing it. It all comes back to presence. And that presence mindfulness of just being able to feel, even for a second, that trickle of water that's going from the mouth down into the stomach, and taking that analogy and applying it in our day-to-day lives. Whatever we do, let it be a meditative action. Whatever we face, let it be a reflection.
We'll get back to Amrita. She want to say and then introduce Anjali.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Vishal. This
Thank you.
discussion has always been a very vibrant discussion, and as I'm pursuing my PhD from Indian Knowledge System of Mental Health Applications from Indian Institute of Technology, we have a complete department that is dedicated to mantras, meditation, as well as the study of cognitive behavior, mental well-being on the people like this. And I think this is also a very important discussion where a lot of mental well-being things are in addition to the connection of the roots of our Vedic system and the Vedanta philosophy. And a lot of researchers and students have been working not only from India but globally, have come together on board to talk and discuss about consciousness and consciousness healing in terms of the Vedanta philosophy and Indian perspective, as well as a domain of perspectives where the energies collate, and the connection of that in combination with the cure of the diseases, not only on physical basis but on mental basis also. And as well as, I think, uh, NIMHANS, the National Institute of Mental Health Studies in Bangalore, has a lot of work that they have done on sleep orientation and the effect of these mantras, meditation, and work. And it is really a good way where people can diversely look into a lot of things and get a better domain to work on it. And yes, that's what I have to say about it. So
I
it's a
would I
good
would just like
initiative.
to
Thank you
answer,
so
if you
much.
may allow me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the concept of this the beach mantra quantums is basically we can even change the way the thoughts are. The
Yeah,
difference between a normal person and a convict is only the thoughts,
yeah.
and thoughts have always been something which, for over the centuries we have assumed that they cannot be changed. That's why the concept of prisons and jail is there, because the only
Hmm,
difference between the person on the one side of the wall of the prison to the other side of the wall in the prison is only
hmm,
thoughts. Biologically there is no difference, it is only thoughts. And we
hmm.
can change the behavior of the thalamus by this quantum.
I'm stretching one more thing came to my
So,
mind. Can you do Lakshmi mantra so that all of us become rich and happy?
yeah, definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yeah.
So I would just like to request you, if you can close your eyes. Closing of the eyes is basically taking away the prefrontal cortex back into the brain, so it is away from your visually sight. Please close your eyes. So this is just one part of the chanting, sir. There are other frequencies which are there the time we chant this Shri mantra, and I would like to present one more. This is on a
Dream, cream, something like that.
okay. I'll do that, sir. Please close your eyes. So what you just summarized in 3 seconds, sir, I had to take, sorry, I had to take around 30 seconds to complete that.
Wonderful.
Sorry.
So good.
So this is how basically we chant it. It's not to be announced, it is to be chanted.
It's a
We
feeling,
can't use the tongue for this.
yeah, feeling and vibration rather than the words, which I
Right,
think
sir.
amazing. So should we get Anjali Agrawal? Thank you so much, Vishal, for your fantastic knowledge. And we have limited slot, so we'll probably come back with more expanded slot on individual mantra. What do they do, and how we can incorporate into our day-to-day.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this podium and the occasion to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Dr. Vishal. Global Namaste. Thank you.
May-
Anjali, Global
Hi,
Namaste to you,
Global Namaste, Amrita, and
and a
everyone.
very good evening.
Good evening to all
Yes,
of
and we
you.
have something special for you as well. Happy birthday
Oh,
to you. Happy birthday to you.
thank you
Happy
so much,
birthday,
all of
dear
you.
Anjali. Happy birthday to you. May you
Thank you
have
so much.
many more. May you have many more. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. From
Thank
all the Healing
you.
on Earth family, we wish you a very, very special and a blessed birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank
Many
you so much, Amrita, and everybody in Global Family.
100 years, Anjali.
Thank you
Healthy
so
are 100 years, Dr. Rajiv. Are healthy 100 years.
Yes, 100
With
years.
integrative health, that's very important.
I have this because my car number is R100 GUP. That's why,
Okay.
because 100
You are aiming for the 100.
is a good milestone. And then we can add another 100 after that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Anjali, how do you look at life as your birthday has come? And how do you look because you're a physiotherapist, you are a motivational speaker, you are from the field of enhancing women, as well as you work on lifestyle tips for people. So, how do you look up to this birthday of yours?
I
And then we
think
jump to your core message for integrative health. Well, okay.
I
Yeah.
think
Over to you.
it's a precious gift of life. Every birthday is, the days gone by, and you learn a lot from the days you spent before your birthday, and now the coming days, you want to imbibe something new. You want to add in something new, which could be, I want to add this many, food to help me heal better, or this is my thoughts which I need to have, or this is a plan which I should have where I'm not, stressing over things which is not in my control. Like we generally stress over work related issues or, a lot of other issues. So how do I, grow as an individual and, get into a mode where I can take less stress and get living with my life without thinking a lot about things which are happening, which are not in my control. So this birthday was a beautiful awakening for me. It was almost like, uh, letting me understand that I need to let go of things which are not in my hand. And that is the biggest rule of karma also. We need to let go. And that's it, Amrita. Yeah. Thank you.
Full.
How do you
So,
see yourself changing the life? What's your goal now? You are born one more year ahead today. What do you want to do next 1 year? And what do you want to do it for you? What do you want to do it for community? What do you want to do for the world? And how do you want to see it different? We are in a phase of turmoil. People are kind of more stressed, more and panic, and also about the war going across, at a macro level. So how do you think you feel that can be adjusted, balanced, individual health, community health, country health?
I think we all have to take the credit of our health in our own hands. So we are the masters of our life, and we need to color and paint whatever colors of, goodness, health, lifestyle we can add from our end. So whatever is happening is impacting our mental health, emotional health, our physical health, which is any kind of news which is bombarded onto us. Like if there's a war going on, if there is illness going on, how do we react to the news? It is very important. Do we get panicked? Do we press the panic button immediately? Or there are ways where we can stimulate our parasympathetic mode, as Riddhi had already mentioned, so that we can have a much calmer approach to issues, whether it's global health, whether it's global problems, because it's spur of a moment we take a action, and that is how the war went into. We can always help to stimulate the parasympathetic mode for every politician or every healthcare worker or every individual, which helps us to take decision in a more conducive manner, and which will not let us go into, that property of destruction. We need to become more constructive rather than destructive in nature. That is what our goal should be going forward, and how to build each other up, how to build each human being up, how to build as a community, how to build each individual as a patient, now how to build ourselves up, rather than breaking down people, creating barriers, and creating more issues where we can't connect together on a common point. We are always fighting over an issue. Okay, this food is not good, or this treatment is not good. How do we conducively come together, integrate together as, at global platform and help people? That's very important, I think. That can help to curb a lot of diseases which are coming because of the war, which has caused people to go into total stress and mental breakdown too. Yeah.
And being physio in the background, how do you see? Because currently the system is that, okay, you have, for example, arthritis, your backache, take painkillers, still pain, more painkillers, anti-inflammatory agent, non-steroidal, and then pregabalin, gabapentin, all kind of that stuff. And this is a ladder that just builds on, but there is no end to it. On the other hand, having done a lot of work on bringing modern medicine with Ayurveda, yoga all together, which I might actually have a time to talk at some other point, I believe that we need to bring them all very close to each other and tie, so that there is no one or the other system responsible. It's all of the systems together responsible for improving the human health and improving the patient care.
Absolutely, Dr. Rajiv, absolutely. So, as a physio, our goal is to get mobility in for our patients with arthritis. They are, affected with day-to-day chores not being able to be, they find it difficult holding a cup or opening a tap, opening the door on their own, or even walking few steps on their own because of the deformed joints. But we have to understand the core issue also starts from the root cause analysis, which many of us are not looking into. When we look at autoimmune condition, why is our body attacking our own cells and becomes the enemy for itself? Let's understand it first. And it has to be done by the global regime of integrated health, where Ayurveda practitioners, holistic practitioners, integrative medicine practitioners, yoga therapists, homeopaths, everyone come together, mental health specialists, all of them can think together as to what is the reason. Now, the autoimmune conditions can be because of our environment, because of the chemicals which we are absorbing day to day through our processed foods. But we really need to understand that apart from just putting medicines into the system, which is the allopathic way of managing pain for arthritis, let's look at the gut. Let's look at mobility, which can increase day to day for a patient. And how do we work on their mental health? Because there's something called panosomia, which they suffer from pain all throughout and they don't get sleep in the night. And sleep is the vital necessity for recovery. We recover when we sleep, and when we don't get sleep, that's when we see patients are not faring well. So among my patients, like, spondyloarthritis or even ankylosing spondylitis, the key thing I look at is vitamin D. Your vitamin D is your sunshine vitamin, and we are not sitting in the sun. We are not moving around in the sun. That's one thing, which helps to build the T cell immunity, which can help to defend our own body, not to attack our own bad body, which is your vitamin D being so important. And also the diet, which is rich in anti-inflammatory diet. How do we get a good mental health, connection with mental health specialists? How do we incorporate yoga into it so that patients joint are always supple and always flexible and always mobile? So Dr. Rajiv, as I said, it's integrative. It we have to go that route. Otherwise, medicines are having a side effect and they have effects on the liver and the kidney. We know that. So we really need to look into getting us all together. Yeah.
Wonderful. I have written like a couple of books which I have just put in here, and they might put on Facebook and rest of the stuff. And what I believed at initially, I thought that yes, this is scientific evidence-based way. But as you said, and as I believe that these are things, there is evidence base, we just have not explored or not explained it properly. And there is nothing that can survive on its own. So Ayurveda alone would be difficult to survive. There is yoga alone, or acupuncture alone, or physiotherapy, or diet therapy, or nutritional therapy, and I even call hypnotherapy, dance therapy, music therapy, art therapy. They all have their role to play. Why don't we bring them together like an orchestra,
Obviously.
where this can be symphony, music, amusing, and the best benefit can come out?
Right. So Tai Chi is very important. Tai Chi, it's beautiful for strengthening your joints, slow motion, meditative motion. Dancing is so good because the classical dance forms like Bharatanatyam, Kathak or Kuchipudi, these are very beautiful movements with, mudras and eye movements, which help to build up proprioception and coordination. Very essential to build the muscle health of anyone. And I think these all should be incorporated, just not the pill in the box.
Amazing, amazing. So I think that's fantastic. What would you say, a couple of sentences for our audience, how they should change their lifestyle to change the way they should move, coming out of the bed, walking downstairs, lifting, the food bags, or, shoppings, how they should do differently in order to preserve their health and prevent departure to disease?
It's important that have a 6-6-6 goal for yourself. A 6-minute warm up in the morning. Do a 60-minute walk. If you have painful joints, you could do 20-minute walking and a 6-minute cool down session, which helps to keep your joint health very good. And if you are lifting, you need to be lifting weights. There's always a fear conscious which we spread around us. Or if you pick weight, it will cause pain in your back. But if you pick weights, it will really help you build muscles also and will help you fight any kind of chronic pain issues too. So you can use braces if you feel your wrist joint are very painful. You can have a wrist splint. You can have a kneecap. All these can make your life easy, and you can at the same time do things which you find difficult to do. So there are so many assistive devices now to open the tap or open the doorknob, or even to pull your shoes up into your and the socks, pulling up the socks. All these can be used as an assistive device. But at the same time, I want is, let's not go till the assistive device. Let's prevent it. Let's cure it from the root cause protocol also.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Angela.
Thank you so much.
Before bringing Dr. Abdul Muttalib Khan, who is going to talk about reversal of diabetes and dermatology conditions, which is again a minefield. Having been in allopathic medical practice, how we can depart into embracing yoga, Ayurveda into this to prevent departure to disease and reverting back from disease condition back to normality. So I think that will be fantastic. Riddhi, anything you want to say before we bring him in?
Happy birthday, Dr. Anjali.
So much, Riddhi. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Global Namaste.
Take care.
Take care,
Take care and bye.
it was actually a really good summary there between the different sciences as well. I think so many times people just look at it from a physical perspective, from treating the ailments, but going down to the root causes, as you say, it brings together all of the different sciences, all of the different emotions that someone's feeling and how they best integrate with that on a day-to-day basis. Maybe dance works for one person, but it doesn't work for another. Or maybe meditation works for one person, it doesn't work for another. So a lot of this, it's about giving people the skills, giving people the tools in the toolkit that can then help them to be able to work out for themselves what it is that works. I know for a fact one of my friends actually suffers from really bad arthritis. So she's got those hand splints and she finds it really difficult to be able to do anything with her hands. But she still has this thing of having a stress ball in her hand and just doing as much as she can. And I think that really is a critical moment there. It's just for her to even have those little wins that mean that she's actually moving those muscles, that she's actually moving those joints. And whatever way somebody finds that creativity, whichever way somebody finds is best to be able to express themselves, is the best avenue to go down. And I think what you've just done there is to be able to bring together all of these different fields. So is there actually any particular thing that you would recommend for somebody that is going through arthritis? Is there a particular creative avenue that you would recommend that can actually give somebody that sense of hope, to give people that sense of movement again into those joints, into those muscles?
You know, the hydrotherapy, swimming is very good in a warm temperature controlled pool. You know, just getting into the water and walking in the water. It doesn't require any special, mobilities, equipments or nothing. You can just go down into a warm pool. And if at all, if you don't have those facilities also, even, I had a very interesting case I'll talk about. So when I was in my medical college in Kolkata, I had a patient with ankylosing spondylitis. So he was living in a village and he would travel to my, hospital to get sorted or treated. He would cycle about 20 kilometers and then swim in the lake for almost 10 kilometers. By the time he would come approach the appointment time, with long waiting queue because it's a government aided hospital, a lot of people there, his joints were moving. Okay, so whereas other patients, we were putting on a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs or anti-arthritic drugs, but this patient of ours was having a good mobility. Generally, with this kind of arthritis, we see there's a lot of restriction on the hip movements, in the shoulder movements, in the hip movements, and the knuckles and the arms. But he fared well. So my message from this story is keep moving, keep being active at your level of preference, because I cannot understand your pain until unless, pain is very subjective. You can, tolerate the pain, which I can see is okay for you to tolerate. But internally, you may be suffering in great forms and you may be not so expressive to your care provider. So within your control and your pace, control your movements, control your lifestyle, and make sure you're building muscles. Your muscles is the new mantra of the new future. So build muscles and remember stress will kill the muscles. So avoid stress at all costs.
That's such a beautiful message. And I also think hydrotherapy, just working with water, enables one to be able to remove that resistance, which otherwise they're feeling. So naturally, that starts to increase movement and momentum. And I think that is such a key message, is just to do what we can in that given moment. And even that will be enough, because it's those little actions over time, which you keep doing consistently, which will build the habit.
Absolutely, Ruthi.
Let me, that's amazing. Thank you, Anjali. We'll keep in touch. We'll connect to each other.
Thank you.
more to do, and we'll bring you back for some more. I'm thinking is let's bring in Dr. Abdul Mutalik Khan, who is a medical doctor, just like myself, has studied in India, currently pursuing his career in dermatology from Royal College of Ireland. He's also received some award on integration, and main important thing he's doing now is bringing the practices together for meaningful relationship on how standards are driving into practice, which including reversing the diseases, and dermatology and diabetes is what he has done more. So I think diabetes is such an interesting thing. There are millions of people who are suffering from diabetes, and they are on insulin, metformin, and a variety of anti-diabetes treatment, and they stay on it for life. It will be good to hear how he is doing the reversal of diabetes and immune programs with a commitment to cure, whether we get it or not, but at least it's a good starting point. So welcome, Abdul Dr. Khan. And then I think let's start small and we'll expand to it. So what do you think is going on in diabetes, and how traditional medicine we don't get a reversal, but with your effort, so tell us, like in 5 bullet points, what have you done to try and reverse diabetes?
So before I jump onto this, your question, sir, I just want to say why I started this platform called eMedicard, okay, where I'm trying to bring all the alternative sciences on a single platform and to achieve and to promote the same ethical practices to other doctors at the same time. So we are actually bringing homeopathy, Ayurveda, in functional medicine experts, then dietitians, integrated dietitians, right? Nutritionists, we call it integrated nutritionists. And we're trying to bring everybody on a single platform. I got this idea because in 2021, I myself got a severe heart attack, sir. I was in London. I mean, there was too much of extreme. I was helping some care home guys in turnarounds and all that time, during that time, in social care. And there was too much of hectic was there. And one day I was just crossing the road and I was lucky enough. I got the heart attack on the road and I was lucky enough to be lifted by the nurses. They were just joined the hospital and I was lucky that time. And they took me to the hospital, and thank God, because of this conventional medicine, today I'm alive. Okay, we can't just blame everything against them, because I know there's some issues definitely when we discuss about the chronic issues. So initially I was completely given the medical aid, what was needed. I was put on STK. I was given STK. Then they decided to put me on, they do some angioplasty for me. They did angioplasty and they put 2 stents on me. And after that, they put me on 9 medications. So that's the issue there. So initially, whatever happened, fine, it is a life-saving. We can't deny that, conventional medicines at all. The whole modern medicine, can't deny it all there. So, but once I started taking this medication, I was not feeling good at all. Though I was very active person, I like to go to gym and exercise and all that on daily basis. I do start my day with yoga, Surya Namaskar, right? So I do all these things, and at the same time I was thinking why I can't come out of this medication. So I started doing research on that. Then I started taking some wisdom from my mother and wisdom from my elders, right? And some doctors from different faculties. And they suggested me a few alternative things, which are natural things. I just included those 3-4 things in my diet. And today I don't take not even a single medicine, sir. And I do Surya Namaskar. One set 50 at a set. I do push-ups every day, 40-50 sets in each set. So I'm better than before. I'm better than before. So then I realized when I can come out of this medication by integrating and bringing the natural remedies to my diet. So I made the food as my medicine, right? So I made the food as my medicine. So, and I was so lucky to get all the accurate information. I implemented those things in my diet. Trust me, I don't do nothing. My ejection fraction is almost 35-40 now, which is supposed to be very normal. So I'm doing pretty good. I don't get, when I was taking medications, I was having cold palms, feet, and all that stuff, So now I don't have any issues at all. And I improve my sleep also, because these are very important things. That's what she was telling doctor, that like sleep is very important. Like that's what. So now coming back to this diabetes thing, So we have, like one of my relatives was having suffering with diabetes. I thought, let me just start doing more research on that. When I can come out of these 8, 9 medications, which I was prescribed for my heart, for cholesterol, and a lot of, because it's a part of metabolic syndrome. Because I think I developed it, hyperlipidemia, which is because of the metabolic syndrome. It's a part of metabolic syndrome. We all know that. So similarly, diabetes, if you see, sir, it is a metabolic, is a part of a metabolic syndrome, and the symptoms what we are seeing right now is the symptoms we are developing it after nearly 10 years. Something is happening in our body called insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome is getting developed in our body. And because of that, it takes almost 8 to 10 years for us to see the blood sugar levels in our blood, in our, as a symptom. So unfortunately, we have been there are two things happening in this. One is I got the presentation. I thought I'll give you the whole thing, proper presentation for that, but I'm okay with this way also. You just started with question, so let me just explain a little bit about the background of what diabetes is actually. Diabetes is not what doctors are focusing on, to be very frank. We are totally, unfortunately, most of the 99% doctors completely focusing on the symptoms, sir. You know, diabetes, the blood sugar is a symptom. It's not a problem. So if you go to a doctor with cough and fever, if just doctor is prescribing paracetamol, you keep on going to the doctor, right? That's what happening with this. And that cough will lead to some other complications, correct? Like pulmonary hypertension, COPD, and all that stuff, right? So if you're not focusing on the root cause, the symptoms are not gonna. So basically, what's happening? There are two toxicities happening here. One is glucotoxicity, one is insulin toxicity. So why we develop this? Why we develop this diabetes is because of first the insulin toxicity, right? What is happening, and because of insulin toxicity, we develop comorbidities like metabolic syndrome, other indicator metabolic syndrome like hypertension because of insulin, obesity, insulin, right? High triglycerides because of insulin. So people might get they might present to a doctor with just a diabetes as a symptom or with a metabolic syndrome, like they might have some hypertension also. That is the problem actually. The problem is the insulin there. So every time you're eating on regular basis the carbs, insulin is getting released. And this insulin is getting released every time we eat. And every time we need more insulin for that glucose to go inside the cell, right? So every time we eat more carbs, repeatedly we're eating carbs, and because of the diet now, and this all started from 1977, Dr. Rajeev. Okay, it all started from 1977 when American guidelines, dietary guidelines, they gave the information saying that the lowest pyramid, they say that you can have, they said you can have 55% of carbs, and they reduced from 40% of fats to 30% of fats, and they label saturated fats as the villains there. And what happened? People started adding carbs more, like bread, pasta, and all that, and they reduced the fat intake. And you see today the global epidemic is just because of those wrong guidelines which were given. Now, lucky, now in the 1920 and 2016, now they have changed it. Now they have now changed it. They say they have removed this restriction from diet now, any which ways, dietary fat. So they say you can have good saturated dietary fats now, because before they said avocados are not good, eggs were not good, because they used to think like, anything fat will go inside the body and become fat. But that was a wrong concept actually. Now after research, they realized that's completely wrong. Fat will not actually trigger the insulin. Fat is actually very good. So in my programs, I do LCHF diets. I do low carb and high fat diets, because low carb is to just to keep the insulin level low, and high fat because we give high fat because fat is helping you to form a new cell, because every day we're generating new cells in a body. Fats will help you to form good hormones, which we need on regular basis for our whole system to work accurately. We need vitamins. So all this is being created by fat. So we give low carbs to keep the insulin level low. So main focus is the insulin, the target, the root cause. We're not focusing on, the thing is, people have already come to us, they already have the diabetes and they are on two medications. And then now doctor are telling them to go on insulin. How can doctors, I'm just asking, when the insulin is the issue, when there is the insulin is the problem here, how come doctor in I'm talking about type 2 diabetes, not type 1, yeah? How come in type 2 diabetes, sir, the insulin is going to help them? And they're giving sulfonylureas. Sulfonylureas does what? It actually instigates insulin release. right? It giving you more insulin. It's like, you're giving, actually the problem is the insulin there, too much of insulin. And because of too much of insulin, you're developing fatty liver. And because of fatty liver, more insulin you need it. It's like a vicious cycle. It's like a vicious cycle, right? So here we focus on the root cause, that is the insulin resistance, not the symptoms, where the currently whole medical sector is completely obsessed with just controlling the blood sugar level. Just control. No, we said we need to focus. If you want to remove from the disease from the root, you need to focus there. So what we integrated long, very old philosophy of fasting. Like our forefathers, like if you see all religions talk about fasting, we had fasting just in Navratri, everybody did fasting. Then we in Ramadan, we all Muslims do fasting for 30 days. In Christians, they have fasting during Christmas Eve. So all of this, we just see it, we thought bringing that fasting, we did a lot of research on intermittent fasting and time restraining diet to feed. And we realized that just bringing the patients, we have some great examples to share where within just three weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we had removed the people from both the medications.
Wow.
And both the medications there, because what we did is we just see it's a dietary problem. The dietary problem, you have to take the root only through dietary interventions. Even that's what Dr. Agar was saying. She was saying, talking about immune repair, immune issues at the same time, right? Autoimmune disorders. Autoimmune disorders is also definitely, because we have a lot of clients which we're helping in autoimmune in not completely reversing them, but we are helping them in subsiding their symptoms which they were suffering since years. Like, for example, we have cases like hypothyroidism patients, a couple of patients, we help them just by making their diet perfect. We said the triggering factor, the GMO, like, if you see genetic modified foods which are there, that is one of the culprits for this autoimmune disorder, sir. We have examples for that as well. We telling that they have been put on immunosuppressants, which itself has a lot of side effects. You know that, right? You don't require that. You just need to see that the immunity, the root cause has to be targeted. That's what we are doing through our eMedicard. Trying to bring all these sciences together on a single platform, sir. Then at the same time, seeing that which can give us the cure, right? If suppose I get cure from without any side effects, right? Without any side effect, that's very important, right? You take in rheumatoid arthritis, you're giving them NSAIDs, you're giving them all those painkillers. That itself is creating a lot of issues in your body, to be very frank, right? And that's 30% of hospitalizations in UK is because of painkillers. So there's a burden which you're creating more burden on the system, right? So if you bring all this, that's our focus at eMedicard. The focus is like we're bringing all these things together on a single platform and try to focus on the root causes, right? For example, like in diabetes, as I said, we don't focus on glucotoxicity, we focus on insulin toxicity because that's the root problem, insulin toxicity. So we give insulin toxicity, we focus on insulin, where we keep the people on a our main aim is to keep the person insulin level at the minimust, so in the body. So what we do for that, just keep their mouth shut. We encourage them to do fasting. We encourage them to do time restraining eating, right? Like during dawn and dusk. So because all our system go as per the circadian rhythm, right? As per the circadian rhythm. So we are totally focusing on that, and we're getting fantastic results. And now with each patients, we adding something like yoga for health. I added now. So I have Ayurveda doctors with us on a medical platform, where they're offering on a daily basis to most of the diabetic patients. We are giving them yoga at the same time, and they're maintaining fantastic. I think I'd show you some of the results which I have achieved on my PPT,
Yeah.
if I could share it.
Yeah. So I think that'll be amazing. So if you want, you can just share and then we'll
Yes,
see.
yes. Let me just take you to their WhatsApp groups, because we give them 24/7. We have something called health guides. So we give this support on 24/7 to these patients, and I can take you to one of the patients where she's from NHS, and she was on 2 medication, and she was considered to mild to moderate nephropathy. Okay, she was having albuminuria, and now she's perfect. She's active. Her husband is saying, my wife was never like this. Now he says, when I go to the house now, my fridge looks very healthy. Before it used to be full of carbs, because that's another issue with diabetic patients. They tend to add a lot of carbs because that's what their body get used to, like, spikes of sugar. So we encourage them to put a diet in proper perspective. We help them in complete diet planning. So we have dietitians in the group, we have doctors in the group, we have Ayurveda specialists and from alternative background in the group. So I'm going to just take you to one of the groups. 1 second. So this is one of the patients, Nazma. Where is she?
You can just talk it through.
Speak now.
Yes, chalo, okay. You can just talk it through. You don't need to share because I think time is kind of tight.
Okay, sir. So that's it. That's what I just want to show you
That's
how
fine. Yeah.
that's her sugars are level. She's on a continuous monitoring glucose monitoring machine right now. So we keep a track of her blood sugar levels. So this is how her blood sugars are. So coming back, if the spikes also, they're coming back within 2 hours back to normal. So that's what we have to achieve in diabetes. And we have achieved it for, like, she's putting on all that night. So these are meal plan. So these are our team here. Here you see all doctors here and dietitians here. Then we attach the meal plan to them here. So this is the meal plan for her. Quickly, I'm going to share with you. Meal plan, I think. Oh, so that's the meal plan we keep on. I think we can't share that meal plan. So this is what, and then they keep on asking the questions like 25/7, like we are giving them support. So this is again one of the graphs which she's doing this without medication. She was medication for 2 years before, for 10 years, sir. Not 2 years, sorry. She was medication for 10 years, and just within 2 weeks, her graph is maintained like this now. And at the same time, we provide them 24/7 support, and they ask us repeated questions on us if they can eat. They keep on posting their things if they can eat some food or not. So they take the guidance from us on dietary guidance. They take the pictures. They go to the shopping mall. If they have any questions, they put in the group. So we give them the support like this in the group. So this is what we are offering currently.
Amazing. So, any advice that you will give 2 or 3 sentences to our audience for reversing the diabetes? I'm not talking of kind of in same simple terms for audience. What 3 or 4 things they can do so that they can help reversing the path forwards. I know it's a whole sympathetic parasympathetic imbalance, and also there is multiple things, homeopathy, Ayurveda together, which is what we have set up to do as integrated health. But if we have to break down in simple 2 or 3 steps, what would you say?
Sir, because diabetes, as doctor was just saying, that it is stress, which is very, very important. Diabetes and stress is linked. Diabetes and food is linked. Diabetes and sleep is linked. Diabetes and sports is linked. So I suggest 3 S's there. Apart from the dietary, what you are ingesting, you have to control it. You need to see what you're putting. So the best is you need to be fully informed about what are carbs, what are from where you get the carbs, what are simple carbs, what are complex carbs. So you get the information, right information from the right sources, because there's so many gurus now on online now. They're trying to offer so many from their own philosophy. So I suggest, Doctor, people should definitely do mindful eating. That's very important. Where he was also saying, like, when you're drinking the milk, water, you have to like have that mindful of. So mindful eating is very important. What you're ingesting, the food is very important. Then sleep is very important. The activity, movement are important. And I feel you don't have to eat all 3 times. This is what I'm trying to say. You don't have to have 3 time food. You just 2 time enough. We humans are not born to. Yeah, sorry, sir. What do you say?
Less is more.
Yes, so just you have to eat just 2 times in a day. It's more than enough. I do regular intermittent fasting. I don't have my breakfast till 11, 12 o'clock in the morning. I feel so active, I feel energetic. And then after that, I go for something like low carb diet after that. So that's very important. Diet, what eating is very, very important with type 2 diabetes. Sleep, which is very important stress factor. Then keep on doing intermittent fasting. We provide the guided. If somebody is on a medication, I suggest you have to be in touch with your doctor if you're starting something like intermittent fasting or anything this sort of a program, because you might land up into some complication like hypoglycemic attacks, right? So we guide that through that, and usually require only for 2 weeks, 3 weeks initially. And once that phase is done, you understand most of those things, and because after that, what happens, sir? You Once you go start doing intermittent fasting, you start generating good hormones in your body, like growth hormone. Otherwise, you get growth hormone only during the deep sleep, right? If you want to have growth hormone, it's fasting. If you want good noradrenaline, you have fasting. So fasting releases good hormones in the body, which helps you in maintaining the metabolism of the body. So I suggest sleep is very important. Then you have to have good sports, like activities on regular basis. Then don't eat 3 times a day. That's what I'm trying to say.
Amazing. So we have got Dr. Anil Sharma, who is going to be really talking about neurotherapy. But Amrita has got perhaps a question or comment. So let's do that, and we'll get that. So it was a fantastic talk. I think it's so good to really have that scientific basis built into it. And you have actually brought all the things together, the intermittent fasting, which I'm very, very big believer of, because I do a weight management clinic, and that does miracles there. Reversing diabetes is part because it's metabolic syndrome, diabetes and hypertension and obesity. Sorry,
Yes, obesity, sir. Obesity, if you just put the people on low carb diets, the chances of, counter, they're gonna have this, what you call, counter effect of that. They might eat more,
Yeah.
So that's there. But in intermittent fasting, you don't have that issue there. Your habits will improve because you start feeling good with intermittent fasting when you restrict your diet. So that's what I'm going to say. Sorry.
Amazing. Amrita, and then we'll bring
Yeah.
Anil.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you, Dr. Abdul. This is a really very nice and a good initiative. So, Dr. Abdul, I wanted to ask you, how do you manage up with habit building of people? Because habit of diet and lifestyle that you are talking about to change is not that easy thing, and people take a lot of time for adjusting. And how do you manage that? And why will person change because you recommended?
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to talk about that, because here, most of the patients who come to us is when they see the gun in the temple here, that is insulin. When they say
Okay.
insulin, no, we need to change. So that itself is a big factor. When those people come to us, usually when the doctor said, now your kidney is spoiling, now we have to put you on insulin, you're already on 2 medications. That's when they think about us. No, let us now think what Dr. Abdul was saying. So that's one of the factors what we usually have. The other thing is, definitely we have some counselors with us. As I said, it's an integrated platform. So if we feel like, especially another factor which I've noticed now after seeing this lot of patients now, we have noticed, people who are especially addicted to drinking alcohol. That's a big issue there, because they don't want to leave that, because alcohol is one of the big factors for fatty liver, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, today's generation, the biggest fact is carbs. The non-alcoholic fatty liver is because of the carbs you're ingesting, because of so much of processed food there all around us. You go out, like 30, 40 years back, it was not like this. You go there, everywhere you have tempting, you have smell everywhere, you have so much of good color presentation of food. So you got tempted so much. So the thing is, we put counselors there. So our counselors are there who encourage them, who motivate them. We ask them, basically it's all about counseling. So that's people who usually come to us, they usually are in dire need of, okay, we need to come out of that now. So we don't have that much issue. Some people, they say like alcohol and other thing, we put them to our counselors, and they are the one who actually
So you give one-to-one online counseling?
Yes, yeah, we do a one-to-one. We have counselors with us, we have CBT therapists with us, then we have yoga experts who are doctors. I say no YouTubers with me. I have doctors, Ayurveda doctors, who give yoga sessions on daily basis to my diabetic patients.
And then they give you the medication. Do you give medications also in Ayurveda, or is just
Yes, we
therapies?
started now. When client was there, when complicated client was there, so we have some kasaya. I'm so sorry. I
Kashaya.
need to learn a lot about Ayurveda now. I told my team
Yeah.
about
Okay, some kashaya,
some
huh?
kasaya is there. So we have just given that, and that's fantastic. She already felt good. Non-fasting days, we told her not to have your tablet, what she was having. We said, have this kasaya, and her sugars are fantastically under control now.
Amazing. So there is so
Thank
much
you.
together. And I think there is much more to deal with, bringing, and more I believe in this whole integration. Past 10 years that I have spent time, and a lot of people told me, why should you not do your private practice and earn more money rather than spending years on this integrated medicine? I think I'm now coming to a point that I believe more and more in it, because we can make a difference to future generation and this generation, which is far more than just earning money through private practice. So I think it's amazing that we have just seen a very small snippet of what is on horizon. And just for one or two conditions, there are dermatological conditions, there are other long-term conditions, dementia, Parkinsonism, where we can make strides. And I wrote an article a little while ago that was published on bridging the gap in modern medicine with yoga and Ayurveda. And that is because all these things can be done. And there was another one which is in form of how the TCM, the traditional Chinese medicine, can offer to fill the gaps. So each of these sciences have got something. It's that people don't believe in it, and therefore they don't do about it. Ayurveda people keep on treating through Ayurveda way. Modern medicine keep treating medicine way. Acupuncture goes its own way, traditional Chinese medicine. So it's like not joining the acts together, while real life is now, with the advancement in the system, we have opportunity to join together and make far bigger difference than individual science can make. So I think that was very, very amazing. We'll bring you back for more detailed discussion on some other
Sure.
day. Great. Anjali, want to say something?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abdul. It was very, very informative. And insulin is something which we really need to work on with intermittent fasting and all. Do you also provide one-to-one counseling for patients internationally, not in UK?
We are currently, we have patients from US, we have patients in definitely in UK, we have patients in India, we have patients in the Middle East. Yeah, so we are a global platform actually.
Okay. And how do we connect, Doc?
That's simple. I can just message I can just
I
put
can
the
give you
URL there in the chat.
and then we can in fact bring you on our integrated platform, because it's just how people who are interested and they believe in the philosophy. So we are trying to make ambassadors of people who believe that yes, more than one science should work together, and they
Definitely.
propagate, promote, and then spread the seeds across the world so that they grow into trees to bring the fruits. And that is the whole purpose, that no one science is going to be enough or adequate. And you know it now, there is with the expansion of the internet and Google. A lot of you patients come to me in NHS, say that I have searched this on Google, and that's what it says. So Uncle Google or Dr. Google is giving them the advice even before a professional is giving. And that should be amazing. So great. So we will catch up on that. What do you say? Do you want to say a couple of things on what people should not do if they're diabetic?
Not do.
Yes. So you're
Yes.
talking what they should
Yeah,
do.
they
What
should
2 or 3 points they should not do.
yeah, definitely they should not eat on regular basis. That's number one. You just say they should not eat on regular basis. They should not eat 3 times in a day. That's number one, right? And they should not take stress, number two, because stress and cortisol and blood sugar and insulin, they're all interlinked, right? So they should not take stress, right? And they should not do one more thing you said, right? They should not do is they should not be lazy enough. They should not be lazy. They should be very active, I think, to keep themselves active, like a movement and all that. This is what I suggest.
Amazing, amazing. So I think that's fantastic. I'm just thinking, I don't know, Neil was supposed to be here. He has some technical problem. So we'll see if Mukesh Batra is ready, then we can take him, or we've got few more minutes. And I wanted to ask you a question regarding the dermatology work that you have done on how, because skin diseases are again very difficult to manage. Oh, Dr. Mukesh Batra is here. So if you are ready, I think we would want to bring you the elite professional.
Well, namaste, Dr. Batra. It's so good to see you after such a long time.
It's lovely to see you always. Thank you so much for having
A
me.
very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Global namaste to everybody.
Global namaste. And I know you have been very busy and have been traveling, but it's really good to have your presence in view of the wealth of knowledge that you have, and also the holisticness that you have in mind already, which is not like majority people have. People who are, again, we were talking, people who are Ayurveda keep on going Ayurveda, people who are homeopathy giving that way, but openness is missing. So can I ask you a question? How you got into homeopathy and how it originated and where homeopathy is most successful?
Okay, so now that's three questions, Dr. Rajiv. So let me answer them one by one.
First one,
First,
how you
first
got
of first of all, before I answer that, I think I'm actually a great believer of integrated medicine, and I always believe that there's not one system of medicine which is complete, and ultimately, whatever helps people is something that everybody should try. And as a joke, I always say that whether it is homeopathy or allopathy or Tirupati, which is the center of religious, awakening, whatever helps people is what people should be aware of, and that's what people should use. So I'm all for integrated medicine, and I'm happy to be on this platform, answering your questions. And thank you for the effort that you're making to make this happen. Uh, Answering your question, the first thing is I took to homeopathy because my father was a homeopath, and I thought it would be the easiest thing in the world. It didn't turn out to be like that because I had to really work very hard to get where I am today. But that's really the reason why I took it, because during my time, the trustees would come and actually come to your house and say that you're from a good family. Please send your son for homeopathy practice, because there were not many students qualifying. Today, of course, you need more than 95, 96, 80% marks to 98% marks to actually get into admission into a good homeopathy college. So yes, things have changed now, but that's how I started. And then, of course, I worked my way up from earning 100 rupees, 150 rupees, $2 a day to where I am today. So yes, it's been a long journey, not a very easy one as well. But against odds, I'm happy that I'm here to talk to you. Coming to how homeopathy was your second question about how homeopathy was founded. It was founded by a German doctor called Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. He was actually the son of a porcelain painter in Meissen in Germany, and he passed out from the Leipzig University. So he was actually an MD doctor, absolutely, and he was practicing medicine. But during that time, the systems, it was a pre-antibiotic era, and the systems of medicine were anarchic. So there was bloodletting. It was believed that everything is because of impure blood. So if you allow the person to bloodlet, or leeches were applied to the stomach if there was a pain, or for arthritis and so on and so forth, he said this is not quite right. So he actually gave up his practice. He gave up a very flourishing practice to try to do something else. And he was a linguist, so he started translating books. And during one of the books that he was translating, called Cullen's Materia Medica, he came to a footnote which said that, cinchona, the bark of cinchona, treats malaria. And then he said, there are so many other things which
Batra,
are,
sorry to interrupt. Can we have you on the landscape mode?
sure, you can, of
Sorry to
course,
interrupt.
accept that. Now you'll see
Yeah,
more of me. So,
perfect. Sorry for interruption.
Look,
okay. So he said that, so are you happy now? Is it fine?
yes, good. For
All
even
right.
people who don't
So,
know, Dr. Batra is a multimillionaire. He has got hundreds of clinics. He has got a
no.
So from where he
So,
is to where he has reached, it's a big story. So I think
so
good to
so that one for another day, doc. So so I was telling you that so that's how then he started translating books, and then he came across this footnote saying that it's cinchona is good for malaria. And once he started taking the cinchona bark, he started getting malaria like symptoms. So he started getting fever, chills, and then he kind of stumbled on this idea that what can cause in a healthy person can cure in a sick man. So the principle of homeopathy is simila similibus curenta, likes cure likes. It's absolutely based on the principles of vaccination. So exactly what you do in vaccination is you take a little bit of the virus or whatever, and you get it into the system, and then the system has antibodies, and that's how then naturally then you become resistant to it. So this is exactly what homeopathy is. So what causes in a healthy person, like for example, supposing you're peeling an onion, and your eyes start watering and your nose starts running. So if you have a patient who's got a cold with running of the eyes, watering of the nose, and you give him a homeopathic medicine called allium cepa, which is prepared from the onion, it'll cure his cold. So I think this is very simplistically put, but this is basically the theory of homeopathy, and this is how it was founded by Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, the MD doctor from Germany.
Amazing, amazing. So in your experience, where homeopathy is most successful?
So, it really depends on the stage and the level at which, the patient comes to a doctor, because unfortunately, lots of patients who come to homeopathy and also to all other alternative systems of medicine or complementary system of medicine actually come at a very late stage. So you really find that, when nothing else fails, when all else fails, is then when they come to homeopathic doctor. So it really depends on the stage in which you come. But I would say, generally speaking, for acute problems as well as for chronic ailments. As far as chronic ailments are concerned, really for anything to do with immunity building. So, whether it's autoimmune disorders, whether it's psoriasis, whether it's rheumatoid arthritis, homeopathy works very well. Also in allergies, it works very, very well as well. So whether it's allergic rhinitis, whether it is, urticaria, whether it's allergic dermatitis, it's also very good. Also for a lot of hair loss patients, a lot of, like I said, a lot of vitiligo patients as well, white patches, homeopathy works very well. Also for respiratory problem like COPD, chronic asthmas, homeopathy is very, very useful. And I would just like to add one more thing to it, which is also like lifestyle disorders, of course, like diabetes and obesity, but also, particularly mental disorders. So this is an area where, not much has been spoken about. And, my latest book was launched in Cannes, uh, at the International Film Festival, and it's on mental and emotional health. So emotional and mental health in homeopathy plays a very important part, not just in homeopathy, but I think in any system of medicine. And therefore, recognizing that as a core of a problem, recognizing emotional disturbances, mental disturbances as giving rise to physical problems is something which is very important. So while you see a physical problem, but it could go back to some kind of a childhood repression. It could go back to somebody who's, said something bad about you and you keep thinking about it all the time, vacillating, keep thinking. I mean, I remember of a very interesting case of a patient who was working in a multinational bank, which shut in India, and he then had to go for an interview for an Indian bank. And, he had severe backaches for 10 years. And all kinds of treatments were tried and they didn't work. Ultimately, we realized when we took his detailed case history that, he got this problem from the time he went for an interview, and the person who was interviewing him was his junior. And that is something that he couldn't stand. So that went into his brain. And he always said that, my problems really started 10 years ago from the time my junior had to interview me for a job. Can you imagine? And so because of that, he actually had this severe backache, because, very often the neck muscles go into a spasm whenever you're under stress, and you can get chronic backaches as well. So giving him a simple homeopathic medicine called Staphylos aureus, which kind of got to the root of the problem, he became all right, and he got relieved of a 10-year severe backache problem. So this is just an example I'm giving you. So getting to the core of the problem, getting to, going back to past histories as well, going back even to childhood repressions. I'm saying there was another case I remember of a child who had asthma every time the father went abroad for a job. And there's a homeopathic medicine, magnesium carb, which is given for people who have emotional insecurities and get physical ailments from that. So one dose of that medicine and the child got cured of a chronic asthma. Again, it had nothing to do with a physical problem, but something to do with the core of the problem, which kind of initiated this whole mindset, which actually gave him, gave rise to chronic asthma in this young child. So the lesson really is that it's holistic medicine, it's mind and body medicine. It's trying to go to the root of the problem and trying to then kind of treat people for any kind of chronic problem with an emotional, mental, and also a physical outlook, like a holistic medicine altogether.
It's amazing. And I commonly find that uh, children or adults who have recurrent infections, they actually go and when I was a medical student, one of my classmate, medical student, his father was a homeopath, and we used to study together. So, his father is doing his clinic in next room, and we are sitting in the room. And then we kind of overhear always what he's talking about. Then we try and analyze here and connect it together. And then he will come after the patient has gone. There a patient who has got lots of pus here, like pyoderma. and then we physically saw that patient getting better. So I actually was very curious right from that age that for infections, recurrent problems, it is so good. How does that kind of work, and do you ask any specific, how do you classify, what questions in order to kind of decide, okay, I know it's a big thing, but there might be
So,
principles.
so very, very quickly, like I'm saying, all of this is going to take an entire kind of session, but
Yeah.
let me just be very brief and very to the point. So basically, when you go to homeopath, he asks a lot of questions, and I'm very happy that even you are a product of what we call a candy doctor, because our kids call us candy doctors because the medicines are so sweet, and they're so happy to come to homeopathic doctor rather than taking injections when they go to their pediatrician. So I'm happy that you had some positive experience of homeopathy, and also, uh, if you've actually been to homeopathic doctor, you'll see that the first time, what is very important is that the case history takes almost more than 1 hour, sometimes even more than that. So homeopath will ask you everything about anything, and you may think it's not important, but like I gave you some examples, every little detail that you had in your life is very important. So we'll start with what is called the chief complaint, which is what you're suffering from. And in the chief complaint, there's something called ODP, which is origin, duration, and progress. How did it start? How long it's been there? And how is it growing? So with that, you give an idea. Then there's something called concomitant. So with that, like for example, you got a migraine, but with the migraine, you got nausea as well, or you start vomiting. So that's a concomitant symptom, which is kind of associated with that. So we then ask that. And then we go into physical generals, which is like sleep. What is the pattern of sleep? I mean, even the dreams, we believe that, dreams are a subconscious behavior, and there's something that's hidden in your subconscious, which you cannot see in real life. But your dream will tell you then what is wrong. And homeopaths can actually analyze dreams, and they've got very, very good medicines for that. So
Wow.
always share your dreams with, I mean, it's nothing to do with Freud, but because, like I said, this is more than 250 years old. But analyzing your dreams and talking about your dreams is also very, very important when you're consulting homeopathic doctor. Similarly, it's a social, thing, because very often we've seen, for example, that the biggest stress for a person who's working is the immediate boss. So what is your relationship with the immediate boss? Is it good? Is it bad? And how do you react to it? So it's the reaction that is important. And while homeopathy cannot change the situation, but it can change the way you react to the same problem. So it could be a problem at home as well. I mean, today there are so many couples who are living together, but they're not really happy, but they're just adjusting. So there's a day-to-day stress that's happening everywhere. And so for all these kind of things are the question that a homeopath will ask you to get to the right remedy. So similarly, also past ailments and past diseases, and also then the medicine that you're taking, because very often there are so many side effects of modern medication that they come as mass symptoms for a homeopath to prescribe. I'll give you a very simple case. I had a patient who had a very severe cough for a long time. I tried to treat him, very, very for a long time, was not getting better. And then, of course, as I told you, I've been practicing integrated medicine for a long time. So I have a cardiologist who used to come to my clinic. And then I asked the cardiologist, what do you think would be the problem? Can you just look at his medication? And of course, it turned out that he was on medication for high blood pressure. And that was the reason for his cough. And the moment he changed the medication to some alternative medication, which he ultimately got off ultimately, his chronic cough just disappeared. It was just the result of what he was taking. Similarly, there was another child who had epilepsy, and he was taking some medicine for epilepsy, and he had severe skin rashes all over. And then the moment the medicine got changed, it disappeared. So a homeopath has to know what are the kind of medicine that you're taking, what are the effects that you have of those medicines, and so on and so forth. So really, it's asking you maybe too many questions which you think are irrelevant, but actually they are very, very relevant to help to treat you better. And therefore, the more you share honestly, correctly with your homeopathic doctor, the better chances that you will get cured.
Amazing, amazing. And just to say that, when I was with this my classmate, I was so inspired by his father that I did a whole course in from Mavalil Homeo Mission somewhere on homeopathy myself. So that big fan of it. It does work, and this is because all these things are there, and as you mentioned that these things can work together, and the whole idea is that now the name of the game is integrated. If we work together, we can get a lot more out of it, and people are looking for it. They are not bothered about what science, they're bothered what can be done so that I feel better.
True.
So it'll be great. There is some controversial thing said by a few people, and I know you don't believe in it, is that can allopathy and homeopathy work together? Because there have been some of the practitioners who feel they can't. So I just wanted your view, and then we'll.
So I would answer that in three ways, because so the first thing is that most people who come to us when they are drug dependent, because
Yeah.
they're coming to us with a chronic problem. Now, you know, as a medical doctor, that if you're drug dependent and if you suddenly stop the medication that you're taking, you're going to get a kickback totally. So you can suddenly collapse. You can have lots of, very serious ailments at all. So obviously, the right thing to do is never to stop suddenly the kind of medication that you're taking for chronic ailments, but to over a period of time gradually taper them off and then stop them. So that's the first answer, obviously. The second, of course, is that why homeopaths tell you not to take allopathic medicine really is because, like I explained to you, sometimes it's a mass symptom because they go into symptoms. So sometimes if you don't have knowledge of the medicine that you're taking, the chemical medicine that you're taking, then you don't know what are the side effects. So I train all my doctors. We have 400 of them across the world, making sure that they know what are the good effects and what are the bad effects of every allopathic medicine for chronic cases, because then they know what is the side effect coming out of it, and then they know that this symptom cannot be given so much of importance, because if they prescribe on that symptom, they're on the wrong track. So which is why this is my second answer. And my third and final answer to this really is that this is really a myth, because research has now shown that, and that's why homeopathy is called complementary medicine, that when you add homeopathy to it, you get additional benefit. And there was a clinical research that was done in Athens in the case of diabetes type 2. And when on allopathic medication, they were, say, 55% control of diabetes blood sugar. But the moment they added homeopathy to it, there was a 27% increase. So it was almost 88%. Now that's the difference, and that's a clinical study which has been done. So it actually shows that combining two systems of medicine, if you do it the right way and the correct way, is actually beneficial for the patient.
Amazing. That's really good. Amrita or Riddhi, do you have any question? If not, then I will probably ask one more.
I don't have any question, but I fully align with Dr. Batra. And that's what is his key to success, because the way you stay natural and naturality is integrated with everything, the way he stays in his holistic way is his big secret of life. So
It's not just
yes,
holistic
it's a big
medicine.
learning.
It's not holistic medicine. It's holistic personality, singing,
True,
events, giving awards.
true.
All these things, they are the whole integration of the person, just than the medicine. So I think it's
And
amazing.
that's how he's done so
And
well, and
that's the
it's
best
just
therapy.
emanated through society again as well. And Dr. Batra, Global Namaste, I just wanted to recognize the thing that you said again, which is treating the physical and the mental problems together, the psychosomatic. And that is an element that is often so overlooked in society when it comes to treating, because most of the time it's just on one level. But to actually get down to the root cause of why something is happening, especially if it is a repetitive cycle that happens over and over again, is indicative that there is something else under the surface which people may not have had a look at. So by actually implementing the medicine the way that you do it, we start to get the whole holistic view. And I think that in itself is so good. And so I want to come back to what kind of psychosomatic problems have you seen in your clients, and how have you treated them?
Well, they vary. First of all, thank you for that comment, and thank you, Riddhi. Uh, you know, you just spoke about holistic thoughts, but I'm also saying it's just not holistic, but it's also holistic living. And the difference over here is that earlier what used to happen was that disease used to be because of a single reason and a single problem. So, for example, it was either bacteria, it was a virus. Now, when it's a single problem, like a bacteria, then an antibiotic would help. But today, chronic problems are multifactorial. They're not because of one issue, they're because of many, many issues. So it could be because of lack of sleep, it can be because we're not eating the right food. Somebody mentioned earlier that, food is medicine, and therefore we're not eating the right food. But if you're mentally stressed, you could get a physical problem, So all in all, I think the recognition of living life holistically for everybody, and recognizing that disease is holistic and not singular in nature, is really the core and the essence of this. Now, coming to back to your question, that and to answer that question of yours, so there are two kinds of ailments that I would like to say. So one of them is actually medical ailments. So these are like anxiety, depression. Again, depression is of two types. You have endogenous depression and you have exogenous depression. So endogenous means without any reason, and exogenous is because of some reason. That means there's been a bereavement in the family, your pet dog has passed away, you've had something which is unpleasant, you've lost your job, like what a lot of people had during COVID. So it could be anything. So this is like, classical, mental kind of issues which are classified in medical school as well. Schizophrenia, for example, classical medical issues. The other one which is not recognized and which I like to talk about are other things: anger, loneliness. I mean, today, how many people are living alone and they're living singularly? So these are not actually classical mental issues, but these are emotional issues. And I believe that these can be addressed through homeopathy very, very well.
Amazing.
So by actually addressing the whole person as a whole, so actually starting to look at the emotions, and quite often it's not the situation that the person's going through which is causing the problem, but it's having lots of situations all stacked up and lots of fast emotions and fast thoughts that are coming to the surface, and the person isn't processing them, and that's practically getting locked down into the system in a particular area where that person is the weakest and manifesting as a physical symptom. Dr. Rajeev, your views.
Thank you very much. I think that's absolutely correct that we were talking earlier about physical health, mental health, emotional health, social health, and spiritual health. And there are bits and bobs of each. And unfortunately, people have not tied them together. And as you said, that the anger, the frustration, these are not diseases, but these are problems, and we need to do fantastic work with that.
Road rage is so common today. You spoke
Yeah.
about anger, but just think of road rage. Look at how many people get murdered on the roads today. Why? Just because, I honked wrongly or whatever, I overtook from the wrong side, or I was too slow, something like that. So I'm saying it's terrible, but that's how it is. We are actually living I mean, you spoke about conflicts and war, but I think we are living in an era of human conflicts. And I think we have to learn how to deal with human conflicts on a person to person level rather than a country to country level. On a country to country level, there are politicians and they take care of it. But on a person to person level, we have to take care of it ourselves. And homeopathy can help you to deal with it in a much better way, together with, of course, yoga, meditation, and improving your way of life and your thought process. That's very important. Having a positive mindset and thinking positively and realizing that tomorrow is always a better day. And nothing is forever. Everything, life is transit. There are only two things which are forever there. Then they are taxation and death. So these are the only two realities of life: taxation and death. Right. So we know that other than that, everything is as they say, Maya. It'll all disappear. So thank you very much. I hope I've answered your questions and
It was
and
a
that all your
session. There's so much more to learn, and you packed it so well that every single sentence you said have been very powerful, very useful, and subscribed immensely onto this theme of integrated health. And we would really love to have you on the advisory board for the International Organization of the Integrated Health Practitioners and as ambassador. So thank you so much indeed. Before we bring Dr. Anil,
thank you.
Lata might have a question.
Global Namaste, everyone. So, Namaste, special Namaste to Dr. Batra, because I've got a keen background and also I've got a keen interest due to the background of my family in homeopathy. So I was just going to also add the fact that there's a lot of external factors relating to emotional stress in the way of fear, which is brought on by, the external affairs of the nation we're living in the world. And how does one try to circumvent that? Because that obviously is something, is not, it's drummed up, isn't it? I mean, it's not brought on upon by themselves, is it always?
Yeah, Lata, so I absolutely agree with you. So you can't change your circumstances around you. They're always going to remain the same. Of course, sometimes they get better as well. Now people are hoping that Trump comes in as a president, which he is, and hopefully the war will stop. But we don't know till we actually get there. But having said that, what you can change is you can change your reactions to external circumstances. And that's where homeopathy helps as well. So that's where meditation helps. That's where yoga helps. That's where homeopathy helps. Because in living in the same, corrupt, not so happy world, you can still be happy if you have inner happiness and if you know how to deal with it. So ultimately, what upsets you is your reaction to the external circumstances, not the circumstances itself. I mean, there are different people in the same circumstances, but they're living very happily. But people who react excessively to an unhappy circumstances are the people who are really unhappy, and those are the ones who then get depressed. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
that would go a long way for helping the youngsters and the teenagers because, they really, really need more counseling and CBT and all that. That would
Yes.
be so nice if that was incorporated as a subject within the
Curriculum.
curriculums. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Neil, for this
Thank
opportunity.
you.
And thank you, Rajiv. And thank you, Amrita. Lovely, lovely to see you. Take care. All
Thank
the
you.
best.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Batra. Just before you go, just to let you know that on the 8th of this next month, we are having the Universal Day for the Health. So it'll be good that if you come on there as well. So that'll be nice. Rajiv, maybe what we can do, we can tell people about our future episodes, and Dr. Batra can also join there. And Amrita, maybe Amrita, if you can let people know about the future episodes, and then we'll move to Dr. Anil Sharma. So here we go, some of the future
Thank you.
episodes that will be coming on Healing Our Earth. We can share that.
So it's again time to thank Neil Kumar for running these episodes for such a long time, helping the mankind globally through
So,
so many episodes.
yes. So on the 24th of November 2024, we are having post COP29 in solidarity for a green world from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. The coming next 1st December 2024, we are having Glow Women episode, Enhancing Better Womanhood from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And then we have a Universal Health Coverage Day under Health for All on 8th of December 2024, 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. Women's self-care, a special emphasis on menopausal care that will be broadcasted on 15th of December 2024, 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. And then some singing and festivity on 22nd December 2024 as the jingle bell comes on from 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time onwards. And then we'll be back again for the next year, celebrating 2025 with New Year celebrations, bhajan, kirtans on 5th of June 2025 with Bhakti Yoga, New Year beginning and resolutions. Thank you.
Amazing. So now is the time to introduce our TV celebrity and a very prominent yoga therapist, particularly practicing neurotherapy. You might have seen him on MATV very often. A good friend of mine, Dr. Anil Sharma, and we have actually discussed a lot how we can progress this forward. The concept that has been carried on by his guru to his level, and now we hope that it has a potential to benefit a large number of people. So to invite you, Dr. Anil Sharma on neurotherapy. What is neurotherapy and how does it work?
So basically, namaskar to everyone and good evening from London. So as I met Dr. Gupta in Bradford actually this summer. So after that, then we come to know a little bit more about the integration of how the physiology of the body and how we do the neurotherapy. So basically, the neurotherapy is based on the yogic pressures. So like we do the Shirshasana in head down position, so blood increase in our brain area. If we do the Vajrasana, so the blood increases in our stomach area. And if we do the Padmasana, the blood circulation improves in our pancreas area. So that's how the yoga works. The circulation diversion through the different postures. And with that application, the Dr. Lajpat Rai Mehra of Bombay, he's late now, so he's resting in peace in heaven. He developed this neurotherapy through the yogic pressures. So we apply pressure on the blood circulation diversion joints, like from the femoral vein or from the arms or from the legs. And if we want to massage on the thymus area, we just massage the chest area. If we do the adrenal massage, then we do the massage and improves the blood circulation in the required areas. So this is how this therapy is developed through the physiology. So what we learned in this therapy is that what are the chemicals, enzymes, hormones, and antibiotics or the other steroids are made in which gland and where in the body, and what are their functions and what are their implication when the disease comes or when they are over functioning or under functioning. So this is how this therapy works. So if we want to do the liver treatments, we increase the blood circulation in the liver area. If we want to improve the pancreas working, we improve the circulation in the pancreas area. So this is how we do the strategic pressure points on the hands and legs on different points through the pressure with the legs, with the hands, or with the blood pressure cuffs. So these are the three techniques we do the therapy.
This is amazing. The benefit to people come by just implementing some degree of pressure. And this is an ancient science which is now converted. And you have, when I have seen the big pile of case reports, which are case cards, in fact, compiled. How do you think that people act and behave and take it? And are there any challenges to it?
See, normally the very quick conditions healed with this therapy is the inflammations. So many, now the weather is changing. So many people are coming with the lower back spasms, severe sudden spasm, sciatica nerve pains, and then the knee pains and inflammatory conditions, sudden spasms. So in this therapy, within 2 or 3 treatments, the severe spasms just gets controlled and without any medication. We only do some diet changes, like not to allow them to eat 2-3 weeks the acidic things, like too much of savory things. That we just ask them to not to eat, and rest we give the 10-15 minutes treatments. So suppose in the spasm, what we believe is the lactic acid builds up in the muscles get little more stiffer, and when they are more stiffer, you can't move them, so you have pain. So how we do deal with this with the physiology? Sodium bicarbonate from the pancreas, bile is our also alkaline production area from the liver. Then we stimulate the left kidney to eliminate the extra acid, and then we give the anti-inflammatory ACTH and adrenocorticotropic hormone from the pituitary, and steroid from the adrenal gland, and within hours it works in the body. So this is how we deal with the small, like the most of the people when they come for these kind of conditions. But some severe conditions, like I shown on the TV, the hemophilia patients, the kidney patients, and the the autoimmune disorders, basically, the multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, these kind of conditions are more challenging, because in these we have to control the anti-inflammatory system of the body as well, and the overactive immune system, because immune system is attacking on the body parts, so body parts are getting inflamed. This is what is the inflammatory conditions and the rheumatic conditions in the autoimmune disorders. So those are the fixing and balancing the immune system and anti-inflammatory system. And if I can explain the two balance, the two, the balance, once if you put the weight on one, the other one go up, and this it goes like this. So immune system and anti-inflammatory system also works like this. If your immune system is hyper, your anti-inflammatory system will go down. Your steroids will be less in the body.
Yeah.
And if steroids are gone up, then immune system will go down. So they should work in a balance. If anybody is going up and down, you have the problem.
How would you know that they are in balance? Because commonly it happens that even for we're talking of rheumatoid arthritis, you go to a medical professional, they will give you steroid treatment
Yes.
or biologic agents, and that is a standard therapy.
Yeah.
On the other hand, this is kind of suppressing the immune system. So suppressing inflammation, suppress the immune system. So how do you find the right balance? And
so yes. So with the steroid, the anti-inflammatory system also go down, because your body will not produce steroid if you are getting it from the outside. So what we do, we increase the acid controlling, the alkaline production more in the body, and which neutralize the acid. So inflammation, the local inflammation goes down with that. And when we stimulate the ACTH from pituitary and adrenal gland together, the anti-inflammatory system works. So overactive immune system goes down a little bit. And when it comes too much of down, then we balance. So 3 treatment we give anti-inflammatory, 1 treatment we give for the immune system. So we balance them like that. And so this is how the 3-2, 3-2, 3-1, this combination, according to the symptom of the patient, we have to work on that. And that's how we do that. So it's a very simple. This is to keep up your immune system up.
Yeah.
And back massage is to bring down the immune system and keep up your anti-inflammatory system. These are the two opposite glands, thymus and adrenal. This is how we balance our physiology in the immune disorders.
Wonderful, because the ancient time, the yogis and sages and maharshis, they have done it in that way so that they could control, because the modern medicine did not exist at that time. So this was done, but it was done very tactfully, very artfully.
Yes.
Only they knew, and they pass on to their own disciples, not a general public. So
and this is what actually the yogic asanas are basically, is if you see very carefully, when we do particular asana, what's happening with that? You are just folding your legs and sitting in a namaz position, and it's called the Vajrasana. Why it's called Vajrasana? Vajra is the, the Indra ka Shastra.
Yeah.
The hardest thing in the world. If you can digest that, that is the Vajrasana. So your Vajrasana can make your stomach so strong that you can even digest the hardest thing in the world. So Vajrasana is just pumping the blood in your system and in your digestive system while you are sitting in namaz position. It's a simple thing.
Amazing.
So improving the circulation in your glands makes your glands work properly, because everything, oxygen, whatever nutrition we have, it goes through the blood circulation to each cell of the body part.
Do you want to give some practical examples of which areas massaging would be good for any particular common problems like there's all stress, backache, non-specific pains, depression, anxiety. This is so prevalent, like every third person has it.
Depression, anxiety, basically we relate it with the norepinephrine, which is adrenal substance, and the serotonin from our small intestine. So in depression areas, we do work mostly on the stomach and on the adrenal gland, plus the on the our medulla part of the brain. So very simple massage on the medulla part of the brain, which is on the side of your neck. This is your carotid artery, so don't touch this area, the little hard area. So from up to down, just massage little bit quickly, 8 times. First left side, then right side. 4-5 times a day, and you will see your anxiety level is coming down. This is very simple thing which you can do anywhere sitting. Then you do the Vajrasan for your intestine. In our therapy, what we do, we make the patient lie down and we give the pressure on the legs for 8 seconds, giving the pressure, stopping the blood and pumping, and then again move down a little bit. So those are the pressure points in the for our intestines. So when the patient comes, we tell if they can't come, we send them the videos so they can get it done with their family members. Or we have some blood pressure cuffs of the oversize, or some if somebody's thigh is very big, so we have the oversized blood pressure cuff, so they can pump the blood with their own gadgets. So this is how this. And if nowadays the flu is going on, this is the flu season. So the 3 massages in whole COVID time I taught to boost up the immune system to fight with any kind of virus, because viral can be fight only through the body. And only antibody can be produced in the body itself for against any virus. So to boost your immune system and to help the T killer cells produce in the body by thymus gland properly, you have to just stimulate our thymus gland. Very simple. It's from your sternum. These are the 2 lobes. So if you just put this part of the hand, middle of the chest, go toward the collarbone. Upward only 12 massages. Upward 12 massages. Again 12 massage and 12 massage. Then on your tonsils, these are your watchdogs. So with this same part, if you massage 12 upward, 12 upward, so you're massaging your tonsils. Then your parotid glands on the side of your face. So the same portion, just massage downward quickly, not very hard, and then 12 massages downward. So this is one set of the 3 lymphatic glands: thymus, tonsils, and parotid, which any viruses goes through your nose or through your mouth. And they immediately, the macrophages production is improved in your tonsils and parotid glands that can be arrested there. Thymus gland can make the immunity or the vaccination, whatever you had, or you had the live virus, they can make the antidote immediately. So this is to improve the flu situations. If you have flu, do this 3-4 times a day, 3 days, 4 days. You will see within 3-4 days your flu symptoms will disappear and you will get the immunity.
Amazing, amazing. So I think we'll bring Keith in a minute, but really any question, I think it's so useful, the practical things. In fact, I had a little bit of cough and cold, so I'm going to do this today.
Yes, do this through 2-3 times a day for 2-3 days, and you will see within.
It was gone.
Namaste. I think one of the things that you mentioned there was about the digestive system and sitting in Vajrasan after food, after having a meal, in order to be able to get the blood circulating properly in the stomach. Are there any massages that you would also recommend for abdominal discomforts?
Abdominal discomfort is if the gas is getting collected, then definitely inflammation is there. Mostly the people in general talking, they say, I have gas. Gas is everywhere in the world. Wherever the space, gas is there. If our digestive system is inflamed, then only there is a place for the gas. If the digestive system is not inflamed, there is no place for the gas. So our stomach, our intestine should be closed when they have not any food. If when they suppose your stomach when we eat the food, stomach churns the food for 2 hours, emptying in the duodenum and close like this. When it is empty, it should be closed. If it is open, there is a place, then the gas will come. So it's not the gas is the problem. Problem is the inflammation. So we have to control the inflammation. So to anti-inflammatory treatments, anti-inflammatory foods, which makes the inflammation more worse, acidic foods, too much of acidic foods, because most of the foods are acidic. But we have to eat acidic food, but not every time too much. And drinking less water in these UK conditions, people drink less water as well. So that also doesn't clean the digestive system. And then accordingly, if somebody's pancreas is not producing enough enzymes, liver is fatty liver, that also not making enough enzymes to digest. Your saliva in certain conditions, we were talking about the fibromyalgia, especially the patient.
Yeah.
So what I have seen there, mainly the fibromyalgia patient has the main problem with their guts and with their saliva. Their mouths are dry. Mostly people's mouths are dry because that is the first stage of digestion within our saliva. We have the mucin to digest the first stage of protein. If your saliva is not properly mixed in the first stage of digestion in the chew, the second stage of digestion in the stomach will be slower and slower and slower. There are 4 or 5 stages of protein digestion. First in the mouth, second in the stomach, third in the pancreas and liver bile, and fourth in the intrinsic juices with the intestine. Then it becomes the amino acids. So there are so many other conditions as well. So
Is it
stomach.
true to say a weak agni, a weak digestive fire would be responsible for causing a lot of those symptoms because somebody's not actually digesting properly, so the enzymes are getting stuck as well. What's your reflection on that?
That is the main metabolization. When we eat protein, it becomes peptide and peptone, and then it becomes the amino acid. It converts into peptide, and then it converts into the peptone, and then it converts into the amino acids. So this is the metabolization of stage by stage of the protein. If you are not digesting enough properly protein, so protein digestion, mucin is required in your saliva, trypsin is required in your pancreatic juice. Bile also have some mucins and trypsins in their is a protein digestive substance. Then intrinsic juices also has some enzymes, which is the trypsin. So trypsin is basically the protein and digesting enzyme. If it is not mixed properly in the protein will not convert into peptide and then into the, and in the stomach, highly acid base is required to digest the protein. So hydrochloric acid of 90% concentration is required in the stomach. After that, too much of alkaline is required in the duodenum. So this is the stages of the physiology is required. Then same is with the fat. Lipase amylase is required from the pancreas to digest the fat. From the bile, some fatty acids is required to digest the fat. So this is how our body system works, like a conveyor belt. This is our saliva is slightly acidic, stomach is highly acidic, duodenum is highly alkaline, where they mix and neutralizes. So this is how the digestive system works.
So I think with time, need to get Keith in. Lata, any specific short question? I think there is a question about somebody having cancer and rheumatoid arthritis, etc., which may not be quick answer. So
No, I've forgotten what I was going to raise now because I was so absorbed in. I just so much synchronize with what you're saying. It makes so much sense. The saliva, especially, and the dry mouth. So constantly swallowing is very good, isn't it, to keep the acid controlled in the stomach?
When we chew, basically when we chew, we mix the saliva in our food. And that is very important. People sometimes don't chew and just swallow, just gulping the things.
Yeah.
That is not very good thing. Chewing is most important part of the digestion. That is the first thing. And if somehow with some kind of condition, saliva is not producing enough in the body, I have seen the salivary stones people are getting in their mouths. They are so hard, the salivary glands blocked, and they have some salivary stones in their mouths. So that is kind of diseases are the very rare, but chewing good. And at least in our ancestors used to say it's a 32 times chew in it.
They say to chew 32 times. Is
Yes,
that extreme?
that's a perfect word.
Yeah, but softer food you can chew a bit less, but it's like harder stuff.
people, when they have enough time, 32 times is
even
good.
even the old people used to say that chew the milk and drink it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to take 2-3 rounds of the milk in the mouth and then swallow it.
And yogurt and stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm becoming wiser as my years are going on. So I was, prone to doing that, chewing and not, lack of chewing maybe.
And while chewing, we are exercising with our jaw muscles plus our thyroid as well, which sets the metabolism rate off also. So we are working on this area as well when we are chewing, exercising this area.
And also mindfulness, because our mind is also thinking about it.
Thinking, and you are concentrating on one thing.
Amazing. So thank you very much. I think we are kind of running out of time. It's so useful.
I'm sorry for the disturbances I had today.
Right.
Power cut and all. So.
It's life. We just move around and get. So thank you very much, and we'll catch up again.
Yeah,
amazing session. So let me bring Keith Sharp. Keith has been a keystone for Tai Chi, Qigong, acupuncture, and the traditional Chinese medicine for healing our earth for a long time. And we had multiple discussions as he moved his roles. But I think it's good to see that in the integrated session, as we talked earlier, Ayurveda, yoga, and homeopathy are integral part for doing it. In the same way, the acupuncture, Tai Chi, Qigong are the other part because they are integral. Integrated medicine basically mean that it's not one medicine. It's one part modern medicine. Then you have got Ayurveda, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, homeopathy, art therapy, music therapy, dance therapy, hypnotherapy. And all of these have got their own role. And why can't we plug them together in order to give a better patient care? So I would like Keith to talk a little bit more about how things are done. And then we had long discussion about how we launch it. People who are very keen and believe in the philosophy that, yes, integration is the way forward. Give them the promoter status, ambassador status, so that they can spread the seeds across the world to grow, so that not only our later part of generation, perhaps our future generation are grateful to us for bringing us together in a very coherent, evidence-based and scientific way. Over to you, Keith.
Good afternoon and global namaste, and thank you for the opportunity to have a few words. It will be very short, but what I'd like to do is take the clock back a few centuries, if I may, is that we are talking of Chinese in terms of Tai Chi and Qigong. And I was interested in Anil Sharma's point about pressure, which is obviously one of the secrets behind Chinese medicine, which is acupressure and acupuncture. However, I've got the sort of tagline today of mind-body collaboration and standards. And I'd like to go back to some things which people tend to take for granted, but what is Chinese medicine? And the first thing that I come across is Qigong. And what is Qigong? Well, it's around about 4,000 years old, depending on which you look at in terms of books. And it literally means energy cultivation. And in that sense, it's a very, very basic part of Chinese medicine. We then have Tai Chi. Now, the confusion sometimes here is that we have Tai Chi and Tai Chi Chuan. In Tai Chi Chuan, it means supreme ultimate fist, implying that it is a martial art. I do not use, or for the healing our earth or anybody else, the Chuan. I just use the Tai Chi, supreme ultimate. So we have energy cultivation through Qigong, and we have supreme ultimate through Tai Chi. Now, Tai Chi didn't come into force until about 750 years ago, but its prominence now is very, very high. It is a long, long way behind yoga. It is a long, long way behind Pilates. But what we are trying to do is to identify, to collaborate, and see how we, with our Chinese or Indian cultures, collaborate, work together, and harmonize. And I love the story about the Buddhist monk, Bodhidharma, who traveled to China around about the 6th century, and he was the creator of Chen Buddhism. And of course, it doesn't just end in China. It also means that Zen Buddhism in Japan was another part of his work. Right? So here we have the history in a nutshell. Chinese, and how do we actually work together with regard to integrated care? Thank you for that introduction, Rajeev. We have yoga, prana, and all the Ayurvedic activities, and we're endeavoring to try and share them for the health of the world. I feel that this little tiny intervention is taking a long time, but measured in hundreds and thousands of years, we have social media which allow us to motivate all the activities. So what is the purpose of my role? It's more of a facilitation now. I do not wish to be classed as a Tai Chi expert or a Qigong expert, but more of somebody who can help with the collaborations and the working together. Harmonizing Chinese and Indian ancient health cultures, traditional practices that we can all contribute to, and where we have commonalities, to make sure that we understand that we are not treading on one another's toes, we are working purely in harmony. And this must be for the world's population, not just for England, India, or China. We have a number of challenges, some of which are politically motivated from, let's just say, other areas of the world, and we have to be aware of them. It doesn't mean to say we don't recognize them. And from that point of view, is that I just want to spend a few minutes in saying that not only am I honored to be part of Healing Our, and the welcome I get from Neil Kumar and you, Rajeev. But we have discussed how we look at the gulf between the professional medical academics and those such as myself from shall we say, a non-academic basis. And I'm delighted that I'm always welcome here. What are we trying to do at the moment is that since 2016, I've been deeply involved in looking at how in the UK we can identify Tai Chi and Qigong to be part of the health areas, national health, etc. And although I'm not going to spend more than a couple of moments, is that I would encourage any one of you to look up the Chartered Institute for the Management for Sports and Physical Activity, commonly SIMSPA, because it was my initiative, along with Mark Peters, the former chairman of the Tai Chi Union, to actually work together with SIMSPA. And I have on reasonably good authority that next year SIMSPA will be acknowledged as the principal organization for sports and physical activity instructors. In other words, it will be a register. And the possibility of an instructor will be, over the next few years, wanting to work in any particular environment, sports hall, Age UK, NHS. The first question that the potential vendor, the potential customer will ask is, what is your relationship with SIMSPA? Now, because these are traditional activities, it does take a long time because people think you're trying to control, you're trying to regulate, and that's not the purpose. So next year, I'm hoping that we will be able to integrate much more closely from a professional point of view. It says health and well-being Tai Chi and Qigong instructors will be part of the band of SIMSPA and approved by the government. It means adapting. It means also being flexible. So I'm going to finish this short interlude, if I may call it that, because I need to actually just keep it really short, is that in the last 24 hours, Neil and I, thank you, Neil, have agreed that the session on the 23rd of February 2025 will be devoted to Tai Chi and Qigong. And I will be arranging some international speakers, hopefully. And one of them will be my long-term colleague, Bill Douglas, who was the mastermind behind World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And more relevantly now, is the instigator, initiator, force behind Global Transformation Project. And we need to recognize the work that some of these people have done. So thank you for the opportunity just to spend a few minutes. If there are any questions, I will endeavor to answer them. But may I leave it there, Rajeev, for the time being, and say that I think that covers what I wanted to.
No, Keith is very energetic person. He had like knee replacement recently and has come back to really give his time. So that shows his commitment, and it shows that he is so dedicated to it. So hats off to you. Thank you so much. You also, how about Dr. Rajan Patankar? And I and him had some discussion on integration and integrated health and bringing all together, particularly Ayurveda and yoga and modern medicine together. So I think it will be a good idea now, to good opportunity to really have your views on what do you think of it, Dr. Rajan Patankar. Integration.
Hello, global. Yeah, global namaste. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, yes. Global Namaste. In my opinion, integration should be, we must know the strength and weakness of each science. That is most important, in my opinion. And nowadays, what happens, people or our fraternity also thinks like that. Integration means to overpower or to superpower other science. That is not the proper answer to that. Because when we think about Ayurveda, the integration should be like that. The strength of the allopathic or the modern science and the reports or the gadgets which we can use to specify or to exactify our diagnosis is need of the hour. So why not to integrate like that? Give your medicines or think about from point of view as Ayurveda, but the integration should be like this to take the opportunity or to take the strengths which are having in other science. As I am not blaming any science, but also Tai Chi. I listened doctor just now for a few moments. Means there are strengths in each science, so that should be integration. That's my opinion. Rajivji, thank you.
My pleasure. So absolutely, there is no science less. All are there, all have contribution, and each of them is existing despite hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years because they've got something positive to contribute. If not, they would have died. So my view is that let's bring everything together and get their respect and contribution together so that there is mutual respect and a better patient care because patient doesn't, mind whatever. Patient wants relief. So I think that's great. Thank you so much.
Can I just, may I?
Yeah, please keep.
Rajan, I see that you are in the USA.
Yes, correct.
Which part are you in?
Yes.
San Diego.
San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
And you are in a very active area for mindfulness. Do you know a
Yes.
guy called Roger Yanker?
Okay. Where is situated?
He's Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Please look it up because Roger and I have been friends for nearly 20 years. And he is a well-known, respected Oriental medical doctor. And I think that the ideas that we have also need to be related to the global transformation project that Bill Douglas of World Tai Chi runs. So, yeah, I think it's lovely. And you have a man down there in San Diego called Jesse Chow, who is also a world-renowned Tai Chi and Qigong healer.
Okay. If possible, can you share their numbers?
I will try, but after Rajeev mentioning about my knee, I am so far behind.
Okay, no problem at all.
We'll catch up. It's fine. Thank you so much. So I'm thinking is that it's time to get Sharon in. I don't know if she's in or not, but it'll be good to see Amrita, your views on how the integration can happen, the way forward, and I don't know. Vinita was here. She does some work on ADHD, and she's very keen on bringing the holistic sciences together with the medicine, modern medicine. So I don't know if she would want to share her view. Otherwise, Amrita, your views. You are mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I can see Vinita G over here, so we can have her views. But as usual, Rajan sir, I keep meeting with all these stuff to talk about the integration, and we already have a good work with Keith that we are putting forward for the Global Transformation Project, in which integrated health is one of the platforms that we try to integrate on that verge. And yes, let's hear from Vinita what she has to say. Global namaste to you and a very warm welcome as well, Vinita. Kindly unmute yourself and please make your camera landscape.
And while
Kindly
she
turn on your camera landscape and unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Oh, I'll get a stand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't have much to say. I thought I'll keep it for the next meeting. This was my first time here.
It doesn't make any difference. Please go ahead. Most welcome.
So because I don't know how much is there interest in ADHD. I'm a GP in
Oh, everybody is interested. ADHD is one of the very primary problems of today, along with mental health. Kindly go
okay,
ahead.
so everybody's aware of that. Okay. Just a minute.
Go ahead, Vinitha. ADHD.
Yeah.
ADHD. I'm moving around and I'm ADHD as well.
Yeah, I did sense that though, because when the doctor was talking about diabetes, you were getting restless about trying to put the PowerPoint on. Okay, so I'm one of the GPs, just to introduce myself, and started doing some ADHD assessments about a year ago, and it was quite an eye-opening. I have come from the generation where I didn't believe in ADHD, and I'm quite intrigued, and it's a thing. It's actually a thing, and people get benefits. So I think the integrated medicine will be very useful here, because what we are doing here is we are just giving them stimulants to help them cope on the day, and when they are not on medication, they are back to their normal self. So that's what I have to say about integrated medicine, because herbal medicines are useful. Some of the patients have come back and told me, and then meditation is very useful. And the another holistic approach to ADHD can be, I hope everybody knows about ADHD a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the other approach will be to teach children how to concentrate. There was a lady here talking about children as well. What do we do with? So that made me think, is there anybody thinking about ADHD as well? It's very common.
Yeah, definitely. ADHD has been one of the very big problems ever since the new
Yes.
generation with the Gen Zs have come with
Yes.
mobile gadgets, and they're born with that actually, and they live with that actually, and they see the virtual realities as the real realities in the paradigm of life. So that
Yeah.
has created a big issues, and a lot of work has been doing. In fact, last week when I was addressing one of the conferences, international conference from on nurses, they specifically many of the professors and associate professors were talking about the ADHD among their students and how difficult it was. So one of the papers was from reading from books, basically, was her paper presentation. And that was particularly based on the kind of concentration issues and attention deficit students have. And because of this, they don't remember, they don't want to remember. There are a lot of other priorities, and all these
Yeah.
things have come up as a mental health issue. And also, there are a lot of researches that are happening in different institutions in relation to the cognitive balance and cognition and physical and mental stimulations that people get
Mm.
from different modes that creates ADHD. So in
So
that
there is a
way,
lot that you know. Yeah. So what the other reason I wanted to chip in is somebody also mentioned road rage here. So that made me
yes,
think
Dr.
again, should
Batra, no,
I raise my hand? So that road rage is probably the ADHD effect of ADHD. Again, lots of
true.
people don't believe in it, but the more you see, the more you come closer to the person, you realize how life-changing it is when you treat them. A lot of people,
True.
when I diagnose them as an adult, they are in tears that they could have done much better in their life. Very intelligent people and have just achieved nothing. So I'm echoing here. I don't know why.
Yes, that's very true. In fact, it reminded me of one of my sessions when I was just talking. So there was a person who came from Dubai, and he said, it's around 5 years back, and he said that whenever we have the Ramadan, the time of Ramadan, we have double the incidences of road rage because of the Ramadan and the principles of Ramadan that frustrate people sometimes, where they're not able to have their own lifestyle stuff sometimes. And that increases up the anger and the rage and the attention issues. And because of that, the road rage episodes are doubled up. And this was like a normal thing which he has experienced staying in Dubai for such a long time, which is not only one
Yeah, but
small
then
part of it,
again,
but then when we see people nowadays in every part of the world, these kind of things are intolerance and impatience as a part of
yeah,
ADHD has come up to be a very big primary subject
yeah.
to
Again,
address.
I would emphasize here that all the symptoms that we're mentioning, it's the combination of all of them. So people get mistaken.
True.
They all say, "Oh, am I not just like Dr. Gupta said? I'm also ADHD." And I was thinking that's not true. He probably doesn't, because one symptom doesn't make you an ADHD. And people say,
True.
aren't we all ADHD? It's not true, because when you look at the guidelines, you look at the combination of symptoms, then it has to be fulfilling certain criteria, and it has to be really debilitating um, to action things and achieve something in life. So
True.
not just life relationships and everything.
Everybody has got some element of ADHD, but all of
Everybody
attention
has.
span is going shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
We are kind of, if you think of old time, the yogis could sit in one position for
Yes.
days, and
Yeah.
now even sitting for 10 minutes in one position is difficult. So that's
Yeah.
the mobility, then attention span, meditation. Like you're trying to do meditation, but you're thinking of 15 things at a time. So that's
Yeah, I wonder if there will be research in future to tell you, is it the modern life making it more, or more people are coming forward? It's the difficult to say, because yogi could sit then because they had limited distraction. They didn't have mobile phones, I believe.
Yeah.
That's probably helped. So, but these days we have got too many distractions, and I can see how things have changed since you've started watching reels and all. My concentration span is much different from what it was when I was studying. So we could sit and study. Now, if I think if I have to go back and study the same books, will I be able to achieve? Because I'll be taking out one of the videos to relax and then getting hooked onto it and carry on watching that. That also is one of the ADHD symptom, but who knows?
Yeah. My
Yeah.
wife
But do
actually,
you think in that chat GPT and other things have ruined up the subjects of people in way to?
I think so, because impatience has gone worse, isn't it? So even if you are not an ADHD, you still are. It's still affecting. Even if you don't qualify as ADHD, that symptom is getting worse. You're getting restless. You don't have patience to listen to anybody. So this is almost like one of those symptoms of ADHD, isn't it?
yeah,
So
performance is going down. And my wife is a psychiatrist, and she only sees tertiary ADHD patients.
okay,
Her
yeah,
waiting list is like something like 2 years, 3 years. It's just because there is so much more prevalence. And
yes,
through
lot,
to my
and and if we can come up with this integrated medicine with something in general life, it will help not just ADHD. I think if it's an integrated and holistic, it will help everybody, not just ADHD. Um, they say that ADHD has a big impact on crime rates as well.
Yeah.
Lots of the crimes can be avoided just by treating their ADHD.
Yes, because people take action, pull trigger when,
Impulsive.
yes, impulsive. And
Traffic.
so I have done a lot of work on it, Vinita, looking through this, trying to find what is the active ingredient. And ashwagandha and bacopa minori, which is like one of those couple of
Yeah,
herbal
lots of patients come
products.
in saying that we tried ashwagandha as well. They try magnesium to help them sleep.
Yeah.
They try all sorts. But the
Need
more
proper scientific
holistic it
study.
is, the better it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be a very personalized stuff when it comes to holistic, because I am a lifestyle counselor and a well-being consultant, and my primary job is to address people. So whatever is being done basically has to be seen in a very one-to-one case, which because every case is very different, and a personalized schedule has to be designed for an individual based upon his symptoms as well as his medical and other family
Yeah.
histories and stuff like that. Wherein, as Dr. Anjali has just said about the vitamin deficiencies, we can find some of them sometimes. We can also find some genetic traits. We can also find vata symptoms that have increased in an individual where anxieties have gone to such a high level. And all these things in connection with many other things can have its own implication on an individual, where personalized solutions can be given to a person in which will be right for him. So just giving an ashwagandha or giving a bakapa monere or giving some rasayana or giving magnesium alone will not help. It is a combination of everything that
Yeah.
connects together for a personalized, customized solution. We also have Dr. Rajan Patnankar over here, who is an Ayurveda expert with us. He's my teacher in Ayurveda, and so we can have some couple of points. Dr. Rajan, would you like
Yeah.
to add? And then we move to Damayanti and Dr. Anjali henceforth. Thank you.
Yes, as well said by
Why
Amrita.
Ayurveda is important in ADHD? Just 2 minutes. Why
Yes, yes,
Ayurveda is
yes.
important is because then they have got loads of side effects.
Correct,
Yeah,
correct.
and then it's not a permanent solution. You take it in the morning, by evening it should wear off so that the person can sleep. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep. So that's where Ayurveda comes in. So if Ayurveda
Yes,
can give us a
and most of the
solution,
non-communicable diseases, that's what is the problem that comes, because medications that are given are just treating the symptoms, and the side effects keep growing, 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 and then we don't have the solution. And at the end, you are like, oh, maybe something more could have done. Rajansan, could you please make your camera landscape? Kindly turn your camera landscape. Yeah. So
Okay.
basically, that's where the holistic therapies, that's where the integrative approach fits in. That is
yeah.
important. Yes, Rajan, sir, your comments,
Correct,
please, and then we move
correct,
to Dr. Anjali.
correct, correct, correct. As 100%
Dr.
true.
Vinita, can we
Wha-
have your camera landscape, please?
Just a minute.
Yes,
Uh,
please continue.
100% true, as Amrita ji said, कि Ayurvedic medicines are not generalized, they are personalized. So, to give proper treatment of Ayurveda, we must diagnose the patient properly. And as said by Vinita ji, yes, the side effects are there in Ayurveda also. If the medicine is not given in a proper way or in proper dose, so that should be taken care of while giving Ayurvedic medicines also. That's my thoughts. But definitely, Ayurveda will definitely help with integration in these cases. Thank you.
Wonderful.
My
Anything?
landscape now. I'm
Yes.
struggling with this phone.
Yes,
Tell
yes,
us
yes, yes.
that
Yes, Dr. Vinita.
this medication methylphenidates, you know, they or its variants, they are all temporary fix, while what
Yeah.
we need is a long-term fix. So that's great.
Yeah, and recently I've also noticed that some of the patients, they help for a few months and after that it stops working. So there is a bit of a tolerance as well, more than what it's theoretically accepted. So that's again they are in back to square one.
Cool. Yeah, Rajan.
Only
Yes.
only one thing to add. Previously, there were integrated families, sorry, joint families, and nowadays they are nuclear families. So that can be one of the issue for ADHD, because in those days when grandfather or grandmother used to take care of a small child, they used to tell them so many stories about about the freedom fighters or about the one who has achieved. Like in Maharashtra, we used to say Shivaji Maharaj or Tukaram Maharaj. So they definitely help to grow the student or to grow the child in a proper way. That is also one of the reason, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, the
And
other thing is that the child that we thought was not good in studies, always
correct.
naughty and not interested in studies, that doesn't mean that parents didn't tell them to study. It's just they couldn't help it.
Correct. And nowadays the things are going so bad because
Yeah.
right from KG or mini KG, there is
Mm.
a competition in each and every children. So
Oh,
that is
yeah.
also
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. And then everybody is measured on the same parameter. If you don't know this,
correct.
you're a bad student. And lots of them come saying that they have always believed that they were good for nothing, whereas all they needed was a bit more time, bit more attention, understanding that they've got ADHD. So
Correct. And
yeah,
in only one sentence, and in my
Mhm.
opinion, the parents also should be counseled properly. That is
Yeah.
also my opinion. Because nowadays, I used to tell parents also that each student or each girl cannot be Lata Mangeshkar or
Yeah.
Sachin Tendulkar. So
Yeah.
that's why they had their strength. So
Mm.
grow them like that. That will definitely help in these problems.
Yeah. Yeah. For example, if they're not able to study or concentrate, they can do something with their hands, more creative.
Correct. Yes.
They're good at it.
And
Mm.
they can
Okay.
be creative
Thank
because
you. We
we are
have
very
Damayanti as well. Dr. Rajiv, can we take Damayanti's comments and then we move
Yeah, I
over?
think she want to ask
Global
question which
Namaste
will
to
be
you,
able to
Damayanti.
wait for Dr. Patankar to answer. But I was thinking to just wind up this ADHD part that they are very creative
Yeah,
and
they're very creative people.
can
In fact,
use
they say
the
that
faculty that way.
yeah, they're very creative. In fact, they say that Albert Einstein probably was ADHD,
Yeah.
and they're intelligent as well. And what's this guy? I keep forgetting his name. The Tesla guy.
Elon
Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk is
Alan Musk.
ADHD. Yeah. So because they've got hyper focus as well, if they focus on something, they will forget their appetite and everything. They'll be focused on one thing if they are very passionate about it. So all in all, it's a good thing if it is channeled well and they're taken care of. The reason for including it in this conversation today, it is that by holistically managing, improving their concentration by other means is a way forward, because lots of people would like to avoid taking medication and they're treated like this. I watched a YouTube video on, it's called Dandapani. This is a guy who had ADHD. He couldn't cope. He was in a university, quite a good university, and then he had to leave. And 8 years he went to become a monk. So he's come back. Dandapani has come back to teach others how to concentrate and how to focus, how to be disciplined. So one step at a time. So he's got very motivational speeches. I would recommend watching that, not more than one, because he repeats himself quite a lot if you watch another one, but one is enough.
Let's have a comment from let's have a comment from
Damayanti.
Damayanti as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Vanita.
Thank you.
Yes. Global Namaste to you.
Namaste.
No problem.
It's so good to hear what has been said so far. Sorry I could not join early, but there is quite a lot that I'm learning while I'm listening. And hopefully, once I learn whatever I learn, I will be passing on to other people, because I work in the community and promote, educate, especially women, empowering them and getting them, giving them confidence and things like that. So, which has been my work life, being a nurse and health promoter, health education, and Macmillan Cancer Charity that I worked there for 13 years and things like that. So I'm learning a lot. So to learn and pass on my knowledge and information that I have, it's really helping me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's amazing. Really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Anjali, your comments before we move further.
Yeah, Dr. Vinta, I wanted to mention about folic acid fortification in foods. And that is one of the prime reason for ADHD being seen so much common now. So all the preggy moms are given folic acid, but what they need is folate. So that's again a confusion which is going on with the ADHD and autism spectra. So basically, B12 can actually show up as good levels. Well, via fortification is being done with folic acid, but it should be folate, which is important. Folate and B12 can help with ADHD, and most of the ADHD folks will show with B12 deficiency. But when we do a regular testing, it'll come as normal levels. It'll never show as new deficiency because of folic acid being the culprit here. So probably their parents would also have it, and majority of my patients which I'm seeing, they'll be very, very hypermobile, hyperlax tissues. So something which we talk about, hypermobile brain tissue leading into ADHD, which is again environmental and toxic load in the brain, toxic load in the body because of environmental exposures. So we have to look at holistic integrated health where we are letting the toxins go out of the body and let the mothers not just supplement with folic acid, which is being, given most of the times with folate. Look at folate basically.
Folate and folic acid are no different.
Yeah.
Okay.
So folate is, methylfolate, which should be given not because folic acid can be synthetic forms, basically. That is what is causing major issues. With MTHFR mutations, many of them may have this MTHFR mutation, which causes homocysteine to go up. And that's what we are seeing in our patients, which are like genetically compromised, like hypermobile, EDS, rare connective tissue disorders, which all come under the umbrella term of ADHD.
Kamlesh Patel also had some comment. I don't know if he is still here. He mentioned earlier about doing some work on ADHD, but also some sustainable approaches and focusing on the long-term solutions. Kamlesh, yours. Unmute, please.
I am trying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Hi. Yes. Sorry, I just made a comment. Working for the NHS, that we have started using Tai Chi within our care groups and HD groups and care homes as well, which has given them a bit more focus and also gives them a bit flexibility as well. We've had 2 sessions and it's worked out very well. Which we are funding through the PCN basically, I think. So just wanted to make that comment that it is working and it's like saying we do need long-term solution to these problems. And I think one of you mentioned that all these medicines only last you temporary. And that doesn't help in long term, does it, really? So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamlesh. Time now to invite our transatlantic speaker, Maureen Edwardson. She's amazing, and I think I probably would find it's a fascinating taking a completely different aspect onto the healing, thinking, believing, working, and I think this is what the whole integration is. So, do you want to say something, Maureen? What got you into it, and how you see it working together?
Well, hello, and I thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. Yes, and thank you for putting my website up there. Inner Resonance Technologies acknowledges the power of consciousness and our quantum spiritual selves and the power of mind and big mind. And we are part of a greater field of information that we have access to. And so, yes, that page on my website, who are you really? Are you only human? And yet the very word human, when you break it down, is Hu, man. And Hu is another name for God. So we are God man. We're breathing in source energy. We're breathing in higher consciousness. We're breathing in the all of everything that is. And so to work along with all other medical modalities, whether it's traditional medicine of the well, you can, define traditional medicine. The Russians define traditional medicine as all of their folk medicine, all their history of their shamanic history, and their herbalists, and all of the wise ones that have all the grandmothers and the ancestral ability for understanding how the body works and who we truly are. But Hugh is a word for God, and I kind of love I love the aspect that we're breathing in consciousness, and so we have a role to play in our own health. And I'd like to just briefly share that um, I have been a healthy person all my life, and yet in May of this year, I had a heart attack when I was traveling to Spain. I live in Vancouver, Canada. So I ended up in the medical system that I wasn't familiar with, and yet I got the most beautiful treatment, the most beautiful support and help, and the power of love and healing prayers from my networks from all over the world, especially with the Hola Movement group, the group of humanitarians that I was in a conference with, all came together when they heard this incident had happened on the Saturday night late. Sunday, I had emergency surgery, and I had 100% blocked artery. And the second artery was 70% blocked. But with my own inner work of my, inner resonance technologies, and particularly with a tsunami of love and healing prayers from that other level of consciousness, I was instantly healed. And when the doctors went in with a sonogram looking for that 70% second blocked artery, they couldn't find it. So instead of the 2 weeks that they would normally say, have within two procedures, they went in 5 days later because they just couldn't stand not knowing, and they were so puzzled. And so when they actually went into the second catheterization, it was confirmed twice while they were in there, because they slowed my heart right down with a special drug. And it's just incredible. The medical system is incredible and saved my life. And I'm so grateful. And yet, when we depend only on one way, we don't get the best of all worlds. So I was written up as a medical miracle and came home here to Canada. 4 days later, I traveled on my own, 18 hours flight on the following Tuesday, just so really basically a week and a couple of days, and I was home doing well. And yet it's a wake up, because I was ignoring my own physical health, because I just had a thought that I was healthy, but I wasn't doing all the healthy things in my life. And so it was a wake-up call for me to exercise more instead of sitting in front of my computer. I was working 7:30 till 10 o'clock at night, doing what I love, and yet I was not balanced and was sloppy with my diet, and so it's so important to address all quadrants of who we are. We have that ability to respond both to our thoughts and our emotions. And IRT inner resonance technologies specializes in guiding people, in supporting people in a formula of questions that wakes up and catalyzes their inner healing programs. And all approaches to healthcare always acknowledge, no matter what the model is, that that all the approaches are supporting the body to heal itself. So with modern medicine, if it's pharmaceuticals or if it's surgery, it's all to the end of supporting the body, to also heal itself. But I think we've become very one-sided one way or the other, in the way that I became one-sided just with working in my field. And I wasn't taking the responsibility that was also mine in a body to do what I know how to do to be healthy. And so it was, as I said, a wake up to be more inclusive of all aspects of who I am. And the point being that the brain produces chemistry into the body to keep us balanced, and the body always has programs that are always wanting to return to homeostasis and balance and wholeness. And so it's time for us to work together in healthcare and be fully inclusive and fully supportive and fully promoting all the different ways that we can come together and be healthy because everybody's different. Everything works differently, for each of us. So to really know and have the person really lead the way, and recently having been, I would have called it caught up in the medical system that I wasn't familiar with, and now very appreciative for. I had a wonderful medical doctor, a GP, general practitioner, family doctor, and he was so open and so inclusive. And then recently, I had a bit of an event, a heart event. So I spent the afternoon in the hospital and I was just fine, but also recognizing the sensitivities that I have, to the energetic world around me. So it's so interesting getting to know yourself from all these different perspectives and having the measurement that the medical system can give to us. And yet, I had a Holter 24-hour EKG put on a couple of weeks ago, and everything was normal. Everything was good and healthy. But it was my perceptual environment to a particular exercise program I was going to at the hospital twice a week, just because I needed to have more structure of really taking care of myself and a whole new pattern and program. So I appreciate all the different opportunities that I have. And yet, when I went into that building, it was filled with unresolved energies because we all have an imprint into the energy field around us. And all the fear, all the heart attack, all the diabetes, and all the people that would go there for help were all imprinted, in attached energies in the building, imprinted in the walls and the field. And so when I was able to then take my ability to respond with the knowledge that I've been trained in and clear all of those energies that had built up. It was a very old building. So there were a lot of people that came in there with a lot of fear. And so that's another aspect that we want to include, to be able to feel the sensitivity that we have and to really be able to take our ability to respond and use energy also to use the power of the mind to clear the field that we are participating in. And I know some people have a hard time going to shopping malls and areas where there are lots of people with a lot of desperation and depression and sickness these days. And there are some people that are more sensitive to those energies than others. So we're able to then take that, into our own ability to heal and clear, because just by breathing, another thing I teach is that we're all recycled. We're breathing in the same atmosphere from the beginning of time. And so from that point of view, we're physically part of each other just by breathing. Scientists like David Suzuki, that is based here in British Columbia, an environmental scientist, he teaches that we're all breathing in holographic particles of memory from the whole history of creation. So physically, we are one just by breathing. So we're part of each other. And so to be able to take that in and feel present in our body, and then be able to have various techniques for cleansing and clearing our internal world, because we know that with the mind and with the brain, every thought, every emotion, every state of being has a chemical signature that influences then and allows behavioral change in the body. So we know the power of positive, the power of boosting our immune systems from positive expectations, placebo effect. In effect, the power of the mind is really integral in our integrative ability to bring all different ways of being together and to really be inclusive. So everybody's different. Everybody has a different belief system. Everybody has their ability to know what feels right for them. And so it's very important to acknowledge that and to be learning about ourselves all the time. This whole incident through the whole medical system that I wasn't used to with my heart has given me this wonderful opportunity to be even more inclusive and more accepting and more grateful for all of the possibilities that we have in our modern world, and yet not to forget the ancient wisdom that we all carry within. So this is what I advocate and always have, but now from a different perspective, having had an experience in the hospitals and the medical system and was treated so beautifully. You know, I had a really good time in the ICU in Spain, in Ibiza. You know, what a beautiful medical system and the beautiful people and so heart connected. So remembering that whatever we do, whatever modality, as we bring healthcare into an integrative system that's appropriate for each person, because, you know, I had this beautiful Irish doctor that called me to give me the results of my Holter test a couple of weeks ago for the 24-hour EKG. And she said, "Oh, your heart has the finest rhythm and your blood tests are excellent," you know? And so a perception and the power of the mind can shape our realities very quickly, because our spiritual selves are the part of us that is consciousness, that's breathing in that greater field of infinite potential, has greater power than what we realize when we've been asleep to it. So when we wake it up, then, you know, and this doctor says, yes, you're in charge of your health. This medical doctor told me that, and it's not something I've heard or, you know, heard from other people and other doctors. And so she said, yes, we're here to consult with you and give you our, you know, the benefit of our wisdom, but you are the ultimate, you know, wise person for your own self. And so it's up to you, and we can give you advice, but you're in charge. So this is what IRT, Inner Resonance Technologies, teaches people, that we are in charge. We are the choosers. We choose our thoughts. We choose our emotions. We choose our state of being. We choose what foods we eat. We choose how we interact with people we love, new people we meet. You know, what would love do? What is respect? What is seeing that namaste? You know, the God in me sees the God in you. So coming from that perspective is a very healthy, loving one that gives the best results, when then you can have that as your filter and your guide. So what is this? You know, are you open? What is that? Can that be helpful? And not just put a block up to anything, you know, before you've actually experienced it and tried it for your own self. So what IRT does basically, to give a little understanding of inner resonance technologies, it's a formula of questions that activates and catalyzes the part of you that does know everything beyond your conscious mind's ability to understand it, beyond your body's need to act it out, because what IRT allows us is the next level of quantum medicine, where all the information of what's, you know, poking at your body, and your body is acting out. The body is a reflection. It's a radio that receives the signals from our field of consciousness, and it allows any unresolved traumas and pain and old contributing factors to what is keeping us from full vitality. And it neutralizes that, because our quantum spiritual self, that field of consciousness, has everything available for us. And quantum scientists tell us everything exists. in that field. So it's about alignment, and it's about neutralizing all the static and the resistance that we have, both to ourselves and our health and others, and old experiences of pain and trauma. It's a very gentle and fast and effortless way to allow a clear space for those healing energies and for the um, the healing energies of source, because we're all part of source. We're breathing in source energy. It grows our hair usually and our fingernails and regenerates our body. So our main job is to get out of our own way and clear anything that interferes and that is limiting us unnecessarily. And at the conscious level, we have less access to that than as the subconscious and the superconscious levels. So IRT addresses all levels of consciousness simultaneously. It's based on science. And Dr. Bruce Lipton endorses my work. My book is Your Magical Evolutionary Code, Unleashed the Science of Inner Resonance. So it's all science-based, and it's very exciting these days. So we can come and bring all our diverse perspectives into one umbrella and work together. And that's where I'm so excited that there are so many open doors these days for integrative healthcare. And that's the way forward, inclusive and allowing each person their own ways and supporting that. And in the meantime, I love the work I do because it allows people to heal and clear whatever is the underlying causes of their lack of vitality. And then when all of that's done, like Michelangelo, the David was already in the block of marble, and all Michelangelo did was chip away and clear everything that was limiting and restricting and contracting that beautiful David that already existed in the block of marble. So that, I believe, is our task, to clear, like Rumi would say, do not seek love. I seek instead to remove all the barriers to love. And there is love. We are love. We are uh, spirit. And so that is the ultimate that I believe that we're all working towards, to be our greater selves, to be free, to be love. And from that, everything flowers and grows, and our own ways emerge, and to really allow our individual gifts to shine. Because I think all of us have a heart for humanity. All of us here, we're here because we care. And as caregivers for ourselves, our families, and our communities, we all have different ways and gifts. So the more we let go of the old and all of our old grievances and all of the old traumas, and there's so many different ways of doing that. And isn't that a wonderful, delightful thing to know, that there's nothing bad, there's nothing wrong, there's no bad ways to do anything. It's all just experience until we find and refine our own way. So I've worked and taught my work in tribal schools for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and worked with Indigenous people all over the world to clear all of the intergenerational trauma, so they can then emerge and remember their own cultural ways, their own traditional ways, and that works best for them. In the same way that when we eat foods from 100-mile radius, that's the healthiest for us. So, just bringing it back home into our hearts, and listening, being able to listen to what's the best for us in every moment. And that way we can clear the static and the interference. So I just feel like I've been babbling on here. Hopefully that's helpful. And there's some like-minded hearts here, as I know there are on this call. And I thank you so much for inviting me today. Yes, I just want to say a special thank you for Sharon Rose, my dear friend, and she's introduced me to this beautiful family, and Neil Kumar. And I just really love and appreciate being here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maureen. It was so immersive and soul connecting. And we are, as mentioned, we are embodiment of love. As Michelangelo was there in that block of stone, all the ego is to be removed from us, we will become the true embodiment of love. It's our false pretense, our ego, our I, our like materialistic attachments that actually keep that block, a stone block, rather than a beautiful statue that is within us. And it is so well described by you through your experiences, through the medical system, through your own part, the refining yourself. And sometimes I feel that we are so engrossed in day-to-day life that we don't pay attention to who we are and what is the purpose of our life. We were talking at the beginning of this session around 2 o'clock that we all have a purpose of life. We are all born and sent to this planet Earth with a mission and a purpose. We forget it. We just go, wake up, tell some good words to some people, bad words to some other people, crash, earn money, have car, house, whatever, servants, drivers, and all that. We don't know what we are saying to whom. And that driver could have been our boss, our mother, our father in past life, and could be the same. And we don't know what we are doing because we are so oblivious of our true self. Yes. That we are lost in the system. And it's good to reborn into the system with a clear motive, clear intention, and that inner self which can come out and survive like lotus opening.
That's right. Yes, I love that. And the point is, I think the whole purpose is for us to wake up, as you say, and remember who we really are. And that core is love.
Yeah.
So what would love do? And, if anything is not love, what is it? Just like dark is absence of light. So we just infuse love, we infuse light, and it automatically dissolves anything unlike that. So it can be really simple. It can be really easy, and yet it's a choice. It's about making that choice and allowing the part of us that knows how to do that, the freedom to go and play in that field and chip away and shift. And it's, we're breathing infinite consciousness into a quantum supercomputer. The body is a miracle machine. Did you know the body has trillions and trillions of cells, and every neuron in our cellular system has 100,000 potential connections. Each one of those 100,000 potential connections has 85 billion wormholes into other dimensional realities. So we are a multidimensional quantum supercomputer, breathing infinite consciousness into this machine, breathing spirit in. So how do we then, eliminate and neutralize the static and the resistance and old programming? So that, I believe, is our task, as Michelangelo, clearing, our matrix of what's kept us stuck and in old beliefs and old programs. So, we're all on the journey and we're doing it in our own time, in our own way. And I think that's really beautiful.
Sharon, our
Thank you.
queen, it was so good to bring more into us. What do you think of it, Sharon?
Well, I know her work, and it's really extraordinary. And she's helped so many people around the world. So I'm so pleased to bring her into this community. Yeah. There's a subject I'd like to talk about a bit as a woman, and something I've been going through. One of the areas of research of my life, I came in with overabundance of emotional energy. And it was wonderful to throw into my artistic expressions as a dancer, as a musician, having all of this deep emotion as an actor, being able to cry on cue. It was always wonderful. I found lately that, and I want to ask you all about the concept of boundaries. in talking with a lot of women lately, the thing that we're noticing, and this is a generalization, is that we have a tendency, instead, men have a tendency to just be very short about their thing. Like, they'll just say no. They'll just speak in very short sentences about their things, where women feel like they have to explain themselves. They can't just say no. A friend just said to me, no is a complete sentence, and you can use that, no, right? But I'm seeing that as I talk with women, our friend Cindy, who's been on here many times, we're talking about the fact that for some reason, women feel like they always have to explain themselves if they're saying no. And so this is an issue I wanted to bring up because it deals with your emotions. And yes, we all feel that love is the divine current. Love is where you're pouring from our heart. But at times, if someone is energetically attacking you, Maureen, Rajeev, Amrita, how do you deal with this?
So I think one of the important thing I believe, and I believe in Swami Sathya Sai, and we went and live in ashram, just like yourself, Sharon. Surrendering yourself is the best way, because we, over a period of time, tend to become more artificial, more materialistic, and more inappropriate human being as the time goes. But realizing the own super self, connecting to the universe, is a journey back, or retrograde journey, which most of us do not want to do.
It's the only journey. For me, it's the only journey. However, if you're in a situation, I've just had a situation, I've been working with someone for years, and it's been wonderful. And all of a sudden, now it comes down to completing a project, dealing with finances. And there are a lot of people who are just desperate these days, And so instead of the loving person that I have been dealing with and supportive person, all of a sudden, this person has turned and been really bullying and demanding. And it's shocking to me because, I thought we had an amazing relationship. So that's what I'm talking about in the saying no and standing. You can't just say, okay, whatever you want, because I'm not the endless source of financing. But it's a rough time, there are a lot of people suffering. I mean, there's always been a lot of people suffering, but there are many people here in Crestone that can hardly make ends meet. And, I do my best to help them when I can. But, how do you stop people from taking advantage of that loving heart? Maureen.
I would love to respond to that because, I've had a lot of that experience as well. And, we're moving into next level where there is no more victim consciousness, that we actually are sovereign. And, I love to remember for myself that there's, in physics, the definition of resonance is that there's a range of frequencies that are harmonically compatible. But if there's too much dissonance, there's a push-pull, there's a, there's oil and water effect. And whether it's with a job or relationship or whatever it might be. And I also understand that as there's so much more increasing awareness and so much light happening and the solar flares are really hugely impactful in our electromagnetic systems on the planet, and we are electromagnetic. And so there's a lot of pressure being put on all of our old unresolved issues. And so everything's getting squeezed to the surface. It's like we're going through a purification from my perspective. And so we always have to bring it back to ourselves. Who are we in response to that? And our response is always ours. So I love to say, it's not about you, but it's all about you, because our reactions. And so then yes, boundaries are really important. And I remembered that I wasn't a victim of all those energies that I was going in, but I hadn't been aware of them. So having awareness, then yes, you create a boundary. And what do you do? Clearing your own self of your reactions, and then just being clear, and standing in your truth. This doesn't work for me, and and whatever, and what's happening for you, and being curious about that. And because everybody's old issues are getting triggered to the surface right now on the planet, everywhere there's this huge upheaval of all of what a person might call evil, all the stuff that's not of the light. And there's all this conflict. So how can we be love? How can we still keep our own truth and stand in those boundaries, like you say? And number one to me is always bring it back to myself and clearing whatever is in me. Just like Dr. Hugh Len of the Ho'oponopono Forgiveness Project. It's a Hawaiian forgiveness, and it goes on the basis that we're not separate from anything. And he was director of health in the unit for the criminally insane in the hospital of Oahu, criminal inmates or lifers. No hope of rehabilitation. So what he did every day for 3 years was just, say the Ho'oponopono prayer. I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you, for whatever part of him that was part of that potential, because we're all, there, but for the grace of God go we. So he did that, his own inner clearing and his own, what he called cleaning his own self, whatever he saw outside of himself that was like just not what he wanted or what he would want for the world. And within 3 years, honest to God, it's not an urban myth. It's a fact that all of those inmates were rehabilitated and streamed back into society as contributing members of society. That is the power of that. And so in the Ho'oponopono, it's I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, and I love you. And that is to your own higher self that knows the greater truth really of who we really are, who we are, who the other is. It's the namaste. And so, the more we can see the other in their light of who they really are, same with my children. I've had lots of karmic, episodes over, their 39 and 41 years with me in relationship. And so, it is just always seeing their essence, seeing the truth of who they really are. And then that behavior that changes the relationship, it's not the truth of who this person is. So the more you can keep the memory and the vision and the presence of the heart of that other person, the God in them, the more they will respond to that. And yet at the same time, putting up boundaries. Yeah, like with my daughter, no, drugs are not welcome in my house. I help people recover from drugs. No, this is not an option. And so you have really clear boundaries of what you need, what's good for you. And then, you allow. And, what are your options in that, right? So amazing magic can happen when we can go into our own selves with the disappointment and
There's a sense of, I think that some of us experience a sense because women, and I'd love to hear Lata's take on all this, because I know that she talks a lot about women's issues, but sometimes we give and give and give as women. That's our nature. And then if something comes up where we have a sense of betrayal,
yeah,
and that hard one. And of course, many of the people here are on a deep spiritual path. And so whenever anything comes up in us, we are first self-reflecting to see what it's calling, what needs to be healed. And so that's a way to look at it. But it still can be painful. So I'd love to hear Lata's take on all of this.
Thank you so much. It's so amazing. I know we are kind of coming to the end of it. It's a long session. But I think it was so good that we had so many different aspects. We had modern medicine, reversal of diabetes, Ayurveda aspect, yoga aspect, Tai Chi, Qigong. We had neurotherapy. We had even how the internal mechanism work, the internal therapy, self-replication, and the spiritual health. So I think it was very amazing session. I know I have learned a lot, and I'm so grateful to all people who have contributed on the platform in form of running the back office, including the unsung heroes like Nishit and Nilkumar, and people who are speaking and giving their time. So I think let's have a quick catch up and bring it to close. Any last minute comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Rajeev. You've been there right from the beginning and you love producing integrated health. The next task you've got is the 8th of December, which is the Universal Health Coverage Day. Just before we do that, let Sharon tell people what are the future episodes so that people can know what's going on and we can have good fun. So, Sharon,
Yes.
next week.
Next week, an important event, post COP29 in solidarity for a green world. Sunday, the 24th November, 2 p.m. GMT onwards. It's always a very important and powerful experience to come on. Then the 1st of December, again, 2 p.m., Glow Women. And Lata, hopefully we can continue to speak about these deep emotional issues that affect women, enhancing better womanhood. It's these days, we really need to focus and align ourselves with the highest of who we are as women. And for me, the teachings that I learned in India under my Guruji Sitara Devi about adornment, about beauty, about the power of Durga and Saraswati, and Lakshmi, and all of the Devis. I would love to bring this in. You know, the Indian aesthetic is so exquisite. And I believe it should be really poured out to the whole world. I'm so happy to see that our vice president has Usha, his wife, who to me is like the quintessential Indian woman. So then next, Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All. Yes, we really need this. It'll be a very fascinating show. So join us on the 8th of December for this free global online session. Oh, now here we go. This is what we really need, all of us women. Women's self-care, menopausal care. That's a really, really powerful topic that so many of us will be there to contribute to. So we'd love to have you join us and give us your insights, your experiences. This is a forum, Healing Our Earth, for all of you, all of us, to come together in love and to help heal us all. Sunday, the 15th of December. And then, yay, Sunday, 22nd December, singing and festive fun. So we'll have songs and maybe some dancing and music to celebrate the holidays, regardless of what holiday you celebrate. Let's come together in joy and have a wonderful session.
and have jingle bells going round as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the following week, we're going to take a break, Sharon. We'll be back in the new year so that everybody at Healing can have a holiday. So we wish everybody a happy, healthy, festive season. Happy New Year. Say goodbye to Christmas. Bring in the new year. And our first episode is going to be Bhakti Yoga.
Yes. Yes, that'll be wonderful.
We bring peace and love and unity, which you just mentioned a while back at Healing Our Earth, with lots of bhajans, kirtan, songs, chanting. It doesn't matter what nationality you are. We are going to have Armando in Australia, who is going to bring a different flair. We're going to have Ramsel in USA. We'll have Gina Sala. We'll have Shanti Sivani. We'll have you chanting, Sharon, as well. Maureen can come and bring this technology merger of integrated health. And Amrita will be singing, Lata will be singing, Meeta will be singing. It's all to bring fun and a start of a new year in a different way, rather than just celebrating with drinks and food.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
So that's been beautiful. So what we'll do now, Rajeev has been here since 1:30. It's a very long day. He hasn't even had a break or a tea break. He's been there full on, just like Amrita. So Rajeev, it's okay for you to go and plan your early supper. Very well done. And Rajeev, we start planning the Universal Health Day again that comes under your jurisdiction, which is going to be very beautiful. Today we had a very nice mixture of a chat. We started in Israel with Rina, completely different style, and came with Riddhi, who was there as well. We then merged into Khan, Dr. Khan, who brought diabetes in a different style. We also had Anil Sharma, doctor, the TV doctor. We had Dr. Mukesh Patra, completely bringing different spectra from homeopathy. And it's so beautiful the way we travel today. So Rajeev, well done. We look forward to seeing you again. And don't forget, Rajeev, although there are some women topics, I'm sure because you're used to handling your personal life, there will be some tips from you as well. So it'll be very good. Both the topics are important on the women's subjects. So Rajeev, thank you very much. Very well done, and I'm very proud of you.
Thank you so much. Have a great time. Bye for now.
Thank you, Rajeev. And Amrita, coming to you, our senior anchor, admin, producer. You're always there well before start and right to the end. It's going to come to midnight shortly in India, where you are. It's as cold as it is in United Kingdom. Our temperature dropped to 3 degrees last night. So it's becoming beautiful. And Amrita, before we let you go, so that Sharon can have last few minutes and Maureen and Meeta and Lata can make comments, how do you think the day went today?
It was a beautiful day again. And hearing all the expertise, and last Maureen added up the glitters to all the stuff, because what comes up is the ultimate consciousness, and the integrated health episode has the basic approach. I think all the integration of conventional systems of medicine, apart from that, the traditional therapies mostly talk about consciousness, and most of the realm of understanding about your own self starts from consciousness and ends into consciousness. And the moment you realize all the qualities of feeling a bliss within, of kindness, compassion, love, solidarity, bringing up together and nurturing ourselves and others in that dip of love, is the part of healing. And that's what is the integrative approach of health is, which is a holistic therapy to combine everything together and to give the essence of that love to everyone, which I get from each one of you every time I host this episode. And I'm very thankful to all the guests, all the experts who have made today's episode as well a successful one. And a very, very big thanks to Sharon, because despite being unwell, she has made it. And also abundant thanks to Riddhi and Professor Dr. Rajeev Gupta, who is always there for this episode to make it a real success one always. And to add on with that, Meeta ji and Lata ji are unending visitors as well as our guests who are always there to be with us. And last but not the least, two ends of Nishit Bhai and Nil Kumar. That's what. An abundance thanks to all of you and all the viewers and the audience who have been listening us, watching us end to end for making all these episodes a grand success. Thanks a lot.
And Amrita, not forgetting Maureen Edwardson. Just in the last 3-4 days, we were just chatting, and Sharon said, "Let's bring Maureen." And Maureen was awake. It was nearly midnight in Canada as well. And I said, "I want a topic from you right now." So she said, "Let me go to the washroom." And from there, she came up with a topic, and we just logged it. So Maureen, well done. Again, a very nice topic. So Amrita, thank you, and Rajeev for co-producing this episode. Amrita, you won an award recently. What was it regarding? I think it was something to do in your area.
Yeah, so that is with a project startup in terms of holistic health, providing holistic health solutions for non-communicable diseases, which in turn heals up the consciousness. So the project is very much close to my heart, which is in relation to this today's episode, and I could find a lot of people in connection with that. So thank you, Neil Kumar, for acknowledging that. And I feel blessed, and I also feel empowered to learn more from each one of you to progress in life for healing people better through healing our earth.
Well done, Amrita. We are very proud of you. I suggest you go to sleep now before you get sore eyes, okay? So thank you, take care, and have a lovely time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Global Namaste to everyone. Thank you.
Well, Sharon, thank you for being here, knowing that you had a flu very recently, but you are recovering so fast. We had a long chat just very recently. And Maureen, what an alternative, wonderful, like Rajeev said, he got immersed in it so much and picked up some different point and different, completely different way of looking at things. And that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. We bring every nationality, every age bracket, every people with thoughts together. We merge, and as Sharon said, we bring love, unity, liberty, and harmony at Healing Our Earth. So Sharon, before we close, let's have a concluding session with Lata and Meeta. Lata and Meeta, over the next minute or so, if you just make your comments, and then Sharon and Maureen can wind up. Meeta, you go first.
Yeah, it's. I was just wanting to share something. It's such a coincidence that I was at an interfaith service at the Guildford United Reformed Church Hall, and the topic was a faithful journey towards unity, bridging divides for global harmony. And I was speaking on behalf of Hinduism, and there was the mayor of Guildford, Councillor Sally Barker, mayor of Godalming, and Councillor Paul Rivers, and also the High Sheriff of Surrey had sent a message. What a coincidence. I talked about consciousness, and I talked about the universal consciousness and individual consciousness, how Satchit Anand and Antahakarna. So it was rhyming with everything what we were discussing over here, especially when I heard about the harmonic waves in physics. Being a physicist, I really it's a universe that we were talking about same thing today in the interfaith annual meeting as well, and over here as well. So yeah, it is remembering that we are part and partial of the universe. We are the same life energy and the consciousness which is within all of us, irrespective of our appearances or our faiths or our beliefs or anything. We are part and partial of the same ocean of energy. So thank you very much for today's program. I'll watch it later as well properly.
Yeah. So as always, this platform is a blissful wealth of knowledge which enhances our well-being mentally, emotionally, physically. So I'm really grateful to Nishit and Neil Kumar and Sharon Rose. She's part of the team, back team and the front team. So yeah, it's very, very, what attracts me is the values that it upholds for women in particular. And, you know, I think this is where the consciousness and the invisible aspects of life and the universe is so well explained here and explored so well. So yeah, we do all do our bit during the week to promote good community life, but yeah, we do fall short many times as well. But yeah, it's so wonderful, and I'd like to just say a little bit about what Sharon was speaking on the betrayals in humans, and it's sad, very, very sad to see. I don't know where we're going wrong with that. I'd love to really bisect that a bit more, and maybe open that subject and explore that a bit more, why it happens, because obviously we can't see it. It's invisible. It's not open to the naked eye, you know. So it's very, very strange how people change, very strange. And that is always at the back of women's mind. But yeah, we just got to, you know, get to grips with it and learn how to apply new techniques, I suppose, and be there as a support mechanism, and hopefully, you know, reduce the pain and the anguish and the shock of the betrayals. Finance is a terrible thing. It does ruin relationships, and that's another thing we need to discuss a bit more openly, is relationships. That would be a wonderful subject to explore to Neil. Because it affects all aspects of our lives, doesn't it? It's the most important aspect of our life, I think. It's the primary thing in our lives, really. If we can sort of understand that, then our health and everything else comes, you know, down from there, improves our well-being, our health and relationships and everything. So, you know, is, yeah, all our values, the different values that we humans speak about, will come and emerge into one beautiful thing.
Sharon, we can't hear you.
The issues that we're speaking about, the women's issues, are very important. And I feel that we should, when we have the women's self-care episode, that we should devote some time to really talking about this, how we are as women, how we can help each other, to care for each other and for ourselves. Because we have such a tendency, at least in my generation, to be so concerned about the others first. And we really need to come through, you know, I've learned this a lot through the Qigong, my Qigong immersion, Tai Chi immersion, Taoist immersion. You know, we want to come to this place of what's called Wu Wei, effortless grace. So we allow life to just flow without getting caught in all the storms of emotions. And there's a lot to talk about in this, and I think we should bring this in. Maureen, you're welcome to join on the women's self-care. Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
very happy to see you, Neil, to be back here, and look forward to next week. And as always, Maureen, it's wonderful to be with you.
Thank
you. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Next week, we are doing post COP 29, which should be finishing this coming Friday. So we will get all the latest report what happened in Baku. Sister Janti and the team are already there. Some of the team will be coming, and Sharon, you are bringing a couple of guests as well later in your slot. Maureen, you are a part of the family. You can join as many episodes as you like. You're good at social media as well, so it's easy to keep in touch with you. It's such a wonderful, and Sharon, lovely to see you. You're gonna bounce back and doing Tayum Tata and Tayum Ta and dancing pretty shortly. So it's gonna be lots of fun. Maybe Sharon, you can finish with however you want to, so we can say good night or good morning or good evening or wherever people are tapped us from.
Well, I'd like to finish with the Gayatri mantra.
Go ahead, all yours.
Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yoryuna Prachodaya Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat Om